Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another season after many years of a hiatus, after many years of not having the GSTL. The GSTL, the Global StarCraft Team League, has returned in 2026. I'm, of course, just VIP, with me I'm joined by these amazing players and by, of course, the people in the chat as well. Welcome, one and all, to something special. For those that are curious as to what's going on and why we even have the return of GSTL, again, GSTL was a team league that did take place many years ago. The last season was back in 2013. If you remember, Axiom versus Azubu, we are watching it live. We're watching it live. Of course, we have our own close ties with Axiom and with Crank, but that was back in 2013. And then, of course, the GSTL did come to a conclusion. Again, imagine GSL, but with teams instead of just individual players. Has made its return. The reasoning for this is because of the Patreon for GSL. If you remember, GSL, they did have a stretch goal on Patreon to be able to fund a Season 3 this year. Unfortunately, that goal wasn't reached, right? That goal was not reached, so Season 3 of GSL was not funded, but we got like halfway there, I want to say. Like, we still had some excess funds that were raised because because we didn't reach that stretch goal. There will not be a Season 3 this year, but instead that money is being put into a separate league, into the GSTL. Let's go. So that is how the GSTL has come to fruition here. Again, if you want to support SOOP, if you want to support GSL and GSTL, you can do so via their Patreon, patreon.com/GSL, as we can catch up on our matches here for tonight. Now, again, the way this works here, our teams have been selected. They've been invited here. There were no qualifiers, anything of the sort. We do have our full group stage. And before I get into our current match, as you can see here before us, let's quickly head on over to the group stage itself. As you can see, it's over on the Wikipedia, but we do have our group stage. We have five teams in total going through a round-robin group stage leading into the playoffs. We're going to have Team Hwaseung, Shopify Rebellion, NOGG, T1ON, ONSYDE, and BASILISK. That is a collaboration between ONSYDE and Team T1. So we have 5 teams in total. We have a big round-robin group stage, and our lineups are ready here. We're going to be jumping into T1 ONSYDE versus Hwaseung, Hero versus SOS, Shin versus Rogue, Mar versus Cure, Shin versus Rogue once again, and Cure versus Zaun. It's going to be a best of 5 pro league format. These lineups were revealed ahead of time, of course, and now we're going to be facing off. We have a greater best of 5 constructed by all these individual best of 1s, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Rorschach, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the south green Protoss representing T1. It is Hero. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player himself representing Team Hwaseung. It is SOS. Let's go. Let us go. I need a moment here to set up the players. Un momento. SOS. Bam. Let's jump into our initial. Oh, there we go. As SOS is currently using a barcode, but that is going to be fixed up. And yo, what a matchup! What a blast from the past here. Again, we're jumping into our PvP, Hero versus SOS. Again, thinking back to IM Katowice all those years ago, winner takes all, the grand finals. Now, many years later, we do see them facing off once again. Speaking of the 2013-2014 era of StarCraft, back when GSTL was around, very quickly as we open up in our PvP, the probe is being sent out across the map as we speak. We're going to be opening up with the gateways inside of the main bases here. We have 2 gateways on the high ground for Hero. Likewise, SOS, he actually does not wall off with his production. His building's going to be thrown down further back in his main. Now, with this kind of dynamic here, technically SOS is being more efficient. The time it takes for the probe to move all the way to the ramp and then go back and forth and back and forth, because of the reduced distance here for the SimCity for the buildings for SOS, technically a slightly better economy here for SOS. On top of that, the production is going to be a little bit safer. When it's on the front lines here, especially against a proxy robo and a proxy one base all in, the production can be under threat and can be shut down. So in that sense, it's a little bit safer, but it is going to be more vulnerable here to an adept based opener. The SimCity, the wall does have value here to deny shades coming into the main base and deny adept harass and adept aggression. So there's still value in walling off, of course. So we'll see if Hero can punish that, as we do go for the Cybercore. And yep, we open up double adept. As I mentioned, this opener here specifically is vulnerable against adept aggression because of the lack of SimCity, and here he scouts this, he's aware of this, and he will look to abuse this. Again, it's going to be an SOS to wall this area off, to wall up. Now, very quickly as well, when it comes to the GSTL, currently we do have, again, team T1/ONSYDE versus Hwaseung, and the way that this format works, currently this is a best of 5 Pro League format. Pro League format means that you have all these 1v1s lined up ahead of time. You already saw the lineups earlier. We'll be going over that after the game as well, just because we had to kind of speed run through it. But that's merely only the first quote-unquote series. After this series, then we get another series between T1 ONSYDE and Hwaseung in the all-kill format. All-kill format is another format where you have your starting players, winner stays on, loser is knocked out. And then you kind of go through the entire roster of the opposing team. Also a best of 5. So it's going to be 2 best of 5s here between these two teams. First, it's going to be a best of 5 in a Pro League format, then best of 5 in the all-kill format. If one of the two teams does... Yeah, here the adept will stay alive here thanks to the healing pad. You can't kill it. Oh no, the healing pad. Here is laughing about it. Oh no, it cannot be killed. Imba, papi, imba. As Hero does shade away. We do have the second adept looking to poke in. Again, SOS is expanding, and Hero is much later to do so. Bearing in mind, Hero did go for a Stargate before Nexus. Meanwhile, SOS did go Twilight Council into expand. So the Oracle is on the way, and quickly checking SOS's vision, he has not seen the tech of choice. SOS is not fully aware of what's going on, and the main base is vulnerable. There is one Stalker in position, but the Oracle is coming. Yeah, the Oracle is moving in. What we're getting at though is that if one team, say for example Hwaseung, they win the Pro League format and they win the all-kill format, then they win the series. Meanwhile, if they tie 1-1, then it goes to the super race match, where it just comes down to a singular best of 1. Meanwhile, 5-6 probes going to be going down. Yeah, very nice damage here from Hero. He does cripple the economy early on. 5 probe kills on the Oracle, 1 from the adept. 6 in total, and this will help make up for the fact that Hero's base is so much later. It's a much later expansion here, so this does make up for it. Hero taking out further, bearing in mind that Hero is going to be so far behind when it comes to the blink timing. It's not worth going into blink yourself, right? Because you're so late when it comes to the tech. To make up for that, rover production into Immortals, getting into a longer game. So Hero, he needs Immortals to make up for his lack of blink stalkers. Meanwhile, here he does move out with his 5 Stalker aggression. Does catch a first Stalker already, and there's no battery. Wow, there's no battery here to defend. Ooh, nice blink, just in time. SOS does pull away. Yeah, he pulls away, diving on the main army. Does end up trading. Yeah, trades a little bit. We have reinforcements, and SOS, he will defend. He will defend, he will clean this up. Not worth it for Heroes. He bleeds out even more units. Sentry does not recall back home, saves 2 Stalkers. In the end, Hero, he lost 3 Stalkers and a Sentry and his Adepts as well. Some rough losses when it comes to the army. The Immortal will help make up for that though. Again, the Immortal's very robust. Cannot deal with an influx of Stalkers. At the same time, Hero does backstab once again, gets 2 more probes. Very nice. 2 more workers going to be going down, and SOS will blink into the main. He's diving into the main way. Stasis Trap will not connect. And not quite a position. So as they poke in, they're getting 1, 2, 3 probe kills. Oh, nice damage so far. Getting up to 4 workers, and should be able to blink away. Yep, there we go. Does blink away. Very nice control here by SOS. Oh, he will lose 1 Stalker though. They do trade 1-1, but they kill 5 extra workers. As the dust settles here, Hero still has a massive worker lead. Again, due to the non-stop harassment. The Adept and the Oracle harass has led to Hero taking a worker advantage despite being behind in the base timing. Remember, he had a later expansion. Now, bearing in mind SOS does have a much larger Stalker force, he does bait out the first Stasis Trap. Is he aware of the second? He is. Yeah, he is aware. Ooh, he fails to bait. Oh, and once again, this time he will get it. Yeah, nicely done. Clears out all the Stasis Traps, and can we dive in? There's going to be 2 batteries to defend, another Stasis Trap in the mineral line, and there's 2 Immortals. I feel like with 2 Immortals, Hero should be fine. It should be okay. We'll lose a battery, though. Yeah, 1 battery goes down, 3rd Immortal's halfway done. We dive on first Immortal. Oh, the backup Immortal is a little bit too far behind. Yeah, it's too far back. 0 damage, gets force fielded away. The Immortal can't engage. Yeah, cannot engage with the main army, and SOS, he does wreak havoc. Takes down 2 more Stalkers. Pulling further into the main base. Does the stasis come into play? No. I will not. And again, a very messy defense here to Hero. Again, this Immortal just was not a part of the fight. Messy defense. Meanwhile, at the same time, it shade into the main base, and a Hero with the counter damage. I was about to say that SOS was doing a great job catching up in terms of economy, but no, never mind. He will lose even more probes. SOS, he falls further behind, down to 18 workers. Again, Hero, he's been so persistent with this aggression. Adept harass, Orca harass as well. He's been all over SOS, and Hero can now break out. He's built up to 3 Immortals. Finds the Roxy Pylons, will shut them down. Again, this time the Immortals, they will lead the charge. I appreciate that they're using the healing pad here. It's not something that's often actually impactful on Rorschach. I mean, we rarely get maps or games on this map anyway. Oh, there's a go for the dive. Immortals are exposed. He gets one. Gets one Immortal. Ooh, Prism goes down, but GG gets called. Alas, the Immortals, they just go to town on the army, and Hero, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played, Hero. He will take a lead in the series. He will take a lead for his team, for Team T1 ONSYDE. Once again, to reiterate, T1 and ONSYDE, they have merged. They've come together for this team league. Not saying that they've merged permanently, but for the GSTL, they have joined forces. They have come together as one. That's why Hero is playing on the same team as Maru. Oh boy, it's a hefty team, Pappy, let me tell you. Hero, of course, being the best Protoss in the world. Maru being the best Terran in South Korea. And let's quickly catch up with the lineups. So we had to kind of like quickly speed run through it earlier, but now we can let it sink in a little bit here. So again, Hero takes out SOS. The initial best of 1 has concluded. T1 ONSYDE take a lead in the series. Up next, we have Shin versus Rogue in a ZVZ. Oh boy, we've been getting a lot of ZVZs as of late. Of course, I'm sure you're familiar if you've been watching StarCraft, especially RSL as of late and other big open events. Shin and Rogue, they do go back and forth. I lean towards Rogue here. Rogue has had a bit of an upswing in terms of performances, that is true. But in a ZVZ, anything can happen, and in a best of 1, especially, anything can happen. So I lean towards Rogue here, but so this is a really good opportunity for Team Hwaseung to be able to fight back and put a point on the board and to begin a comeback here in this series, but it can still go either way. Likewise afterwards, oh sorry, I do have to fix up the race there, but Maru, he's playing Terran. So Maru and Cure, they have a TVT further on down the line, bearing in mind that you can make an argument that Cure has some of the best, if not the best, TVT in the world. If you remember, it was Cure that knocked Maru out of EWC last year in a TVT. That is true. Like Cure, he is the player that did knock Maru out of EWC, so if anyone can stop him, like Cure is a strong pick for that. But again, it's a best of 1. Like that's what mixes things up here. That's what makes things difficult to predict, because you could definitely say there are certain favorite players here for sure, but because it's only 1 game, like there's very little room for error, and again, games can very quickly swing one way or the other. 1 win is all you need here. Then we have a rematch, Shin versus Rogue. They're going to be rematching again. If you're curious as to why there's a rematch, so the way this works here is that the first 3 games, the first 3 series here, Hero, SOS, Shin, Rogue, Maru, Cure, those first 3 matches have to be unique players. They have to be unique players being fielded. When you get to the 4th match, you can reuse a player. You can reuse a player, or if you have a larger roster, you can use another player there as well. True. You can use another player if you have a larger roster. For example, ONSYDE, they have Hwaseung, who they're not fielding. I think Hwaseung is casting, if I'm not mistaken. He may be casting the event, but he's also on ONSYDE. So alas, so you can reuse players, so both ONSYDE and ONSYDE T1 and Hwaseung, they both decided to reuse Rogue and Shin there. They happen to just face off in a rematch. And then the potential 5th game there is going to be Cure versus Zown. For that 5th game, that is the quote-unquote ace match, if you will, if we get there. The players fielded there cannot be players that have already been reused. So if you use Rogue and Shin, like they have here, that cannot be used for that ace match. Has to be a unique player. So it could have been Maru or could have been Cure. Oh wait, no, sorry, actually. Could have been Maru, could have been Zown, as I just realized I have them on the wrong place. There we go. Hold on. My bad. There we go. Zown, Cure. Here we go. Sorry, just fixing up the lineup there. Zhao is on ONSYDE, of course. But again, so they could use Zhao, they could use Maru, they could use Hero for that last series. In the end, they're going to be using fielding Zhao as that final player. And for Hwaseung, they're going to be reusing Cure in that final slot as well. Not mistaken, Hwaseung, I believe, is that a reference to Hwaseung Oz? Hold on. And I do apologize if I'm saying it incorrectly. Do apologize, but I believe it is. Yeah. So Hwaseung Oz was a team back in the day. They did have a roster in SC2, if I remember correctly. I believe they did compete in the early years of StarCraft 2. Famously, of course, Jaedong was on Hwaseung Oz and was their ace player in Pro League back in Brood War. But I believe they had a roster in SC2. I could be mistaken. No, yeah, sorry, I'm mistaken. It says here that that they disbanded in 2011. So as KST teams are transitioning. So my apologies. I assumed that like early wings they had some SC2 players, but no, just Brood War. And just I'm assuming that SOS and Cure were on the team, and just checking SOS, yeah, he was on Hwaseung. Cure was on Hwaseung as well. Yep, SOS, Cure, and Rogue. All three of them were on Hwaseung back in the day, alongside True. This is basically like ex-Reynor. Like if you remember, like SOS, Cure, Rogue, True, they were all on Reynor. Was Deer on Reynor? I remember he was on STX Seoul. He was on STX Seoul and then joined Samsung. Okay. But yeah, this is a reference to Team Hwaseung is a reference to their old team that they used to be a part of. Interesting that they chose Team Hwaseung and not Team Reynor. But if you remember, for the Warty TV Team League that was earlier this year, they did call themselves it was either ex-Reynor or Reynor no Maru, because Maru was not he was not playing with them, if you recall. So in the Warty TV Team League, they did represent Reynor as of course a reference from time gone by, and now referencing Hwaseung. Really cool. But here we go. We're getting into our next matchup here. Into our next best of one is spawning in the bottom hand corner of the Old Sun Temple. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing T1 on side. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg representing Team Hwaseung. It is Rogue. Let's go. Let us go. So we're getting into our next matchup here. Of course, Shin, a team T1 on side. They're up 1-0. And we'll see if Shin can keep that going. Again, we do have close spawns, by the way. Very close spawns. Welcome to the Old Sun Temple. This is a 4-player small map. You can spawn in any corner of the map, any possible corner of the map. So you do have multiple spawn locations. We could see longer games if we had diagonal spawns, but both overlords, they run into each other. We're now fully aware of each other's spawn location. It is going to be close spawns. The rush distance by ground is very short here from bottom left to bottom right, so we expect this to be a very aggressive game here from our two players. We already had aggression in the PvP. We expect that aggression to continue in the ZVZ as well. True. But now we are droning, we're saturating, we're building up. It was Hatch first out of our two players. It's going to be Hatch Pool out of Rogue, likewise Hatch Pool out of Shin as well, going for delayed gases. If we're going to delay the gases a little bit further here, then we may decide to wall off on two bases instead. That may be the go-to. Rogue did delay his gas a little bit more than his opponent. We'll see. I'm curious to see if we do invest into link speed, if we do intend to expand and claim a third base, or just wall off on two bases. due to Rogue's later gas, there's a higher chance that he does try to wall off and tech up instead. We shall see. There we go. Yeah, so far again we are going to be opening up. Link speed is going to be on the way here for Shin. Likewise, sorry, just setting some things up in terms of the overlays. Meanwhile, Rogue, he is going to be skipping. So we assumed that this would happen when he went for such a late gas geyser. So he's skipping Link speed, building up a bunch of gas, but to wall off on 2 bases. So the goal here is for Rogue to wall off on 2 bases and potentially either go 2-base Roach, or technically he could go 2-base Lair into 2-base Muta. That's another possibility. That's speaking of, he's rushing into the Lair. So fast Lair to Rogue, again, should be walling off. I would say that this is a bit inefficient out of Shin to go into Link speed. Unless we're planning to go for a Link Flood and a Bane Bust, there's no need to spend gas here when we could be spending gas on a Lair and on a Roach Warren ourselves. So we'll see if Shin does build up into a Link Flood or not. You can see Shin is checking for the 3rd location. He confirms there is no 3rd base. And Rogue is walling. Rogue is walling off. There are 6 Lings on the way. We should be seeing more Lings out of Shin. Again, there is no reason to make all these Lings. In a sense here, we're falling behind because we otherwise could be making workers and making drones. The only reason to make Lings like this is to be aggressive, is to be much more assertive here, but yeah, we are droning. So we'll see if this ends up hurting Shin in the long run. As again, this could have been workers. Likewise, Link speed isn't really coming into play. The Bailey Nest as well isn't really coming to play either, so a lot of gas is being spent in other places. And Rogue is doubling down with 2-base Roach. So we did take note of the earlier Lair previously. We took note of the Lair timing earlier. It is going to be for Roach speed into +1 range into heavy 2-base Roach play. Now this can turn into a 2-base Roach all-in, or Rogue can still expand behind this and slowly break out. For now though, Rogue is massing up more Roaches. Oh, nice round. Does find the Queen, but the Queen will survive. Roaches are revealed. 3rd base is now being taken, but so far Rogue is still making Roaches. Still amassing Roaches, and we spoke earlier how the rush distance background is very short on this map. Shin is making defensive Roaches back at home. Bearing in mind that Shin will not have Roach speed. Shin will have +1 Carapace though, and that will help. But Rogue is going to hit very hard. You can see Rogue has double the Roach count, 14 Roaches against 7. And here comes Rogue. The longer this goes on, the better it's going to be for Shin, but we spoke earlier, again, the distance by ground is very short. Rogue is already here. He's already at the front door. Now, Shin can take a better fight here on top of the ramp. But last Rogue, he gets up the ramp. Never mind. He gets up the ramp. He can now move in. And he can bully. Yeah, he can try to bully here. The Queens will help support, will help defend. Queens are coming in. We have faster reinforcements for Shin as well. And Shin, he has a comparable Roach count. You can see Shin, he's only down by 4 Roaches. So Shin, again, he needs time. He just needs a little bit more time here to build up more Roaches. And he's holding. Shin, he is holding on. And as Shin holds here, Shin gets further ahead. Remember, Shin, he might have had less Roaches and worse upgrades, that is true. But Shin, he has a better economy. He's up in drones. He's up in workers. Again, the Queens, they help support the army here. And Shin, he will take the better fight. Rogue, he needs to get out of here. He missed his window. He missed his timing. Rogue, he missed his timing at this point. As Rogue, he still doesn't have enough Roaches. Only 19 to 16. And Rogue, he just droned. He just droned up. Has droned up quite heavily here. But Shin, he's gotten past the hard part. Like Shin, he survived. He got away with a better, earlier economy. Now he can snowball out of control with catching up on upgrades. Bit of a misrally there. Rogue rallying in a drone. Overlord speed is on the way. Potential for drop lords out of Rogue. Shin, now it's his turn to move out. And Shin, he's reinforcing with Lings. 26. 26 Lings on the way. This is where Link speed does actually come into play for Shin. Ooh, we'll take a bout to the face. But the Lings, they hit a buffer. They hit a buffer. They hit a support. We're getting on top of the army. Oof. Ravagers are going to be locked down, and Shin he overwhelms. Yeah, Shin he overwhelms. He does snowball out of control. Again, the hardest part was defending back at home. He was able to hold on. He was able to hold on, able to buy time. Rogue, he missed his window of opportunity. He missed it. And with that, Shin has done it. Shin, he has done it. He breaks through the main army, breaks through the roaches, pushing into the natural. And with that, Rogue has been broken. GG gets called, and Shin, he will extend the lead for his team 2-0. GG. Whew. And GG, well played. Again, Rogue, it felt like he was doing everything right when it comes to his initial 2-base push, but as we saw, time was of the essence, and there was only a slim period of time there where he had the roach advantage. And once that closed up, once Shin was able to get a comparable roach count, then he was able to hold on, defend, and snowball from there. GG, well played. Again, Rogue, when it came to his first push, he had to do critical damage there. He had to break through. Last was unable to. And with that, this might be a fast series. We might be over real fast and real quick here, because up next it is going to be Maru versus Cure, and the pressure is on Team Hwaseung. Pressure is on Cure. He's currently down in the series. Sorry, I say Cure. I would just say Hwaseung is down in the series 0-2, and one more loss, and the series is over. Remember, it's a best of 5. Best of 5 in total here. Maru needs to win this game, and they can claim that 3-0 win. I did mention earlier that Cure, he has some very strong TVT, and he has defeated Maru in recent times in really pivotal moments in big tournaments. That is true, like EWC last year. But it's the best of 1, right? Like, I may favor Rogue versus Shin in a longer best of 3 or best of 5, but in just one game, it all comes down to that one game, that one moment. You got to lock in, and we'll see if Cure can. Just catching up. Let's go T1. Let's go. Left side is cut. Yeah, I saw the. Yeah, I'll try to fix some things up. Un momento. There we go. Because as I should also mention, sorry, I just had to clean up some of the overlays. Top right, as you can see there, we did have the SOOP logo, but this event is sponsored by Intel. Intel is sponsoring the event, so big shout out to Intel. They were actually sponsoring some of the earlier GSL CKs, if you recall. They're also sponsoring as well. So big shout out to Intel. And again, this event is live casted over on SOOP, and will be available later on YouTube, around like 24 hours or maybe less than that. Will be available on YouTube, so you can watch those VODs. As the players are getting ready. We're looking for Maru. Oh no, we found him. We found him. It's all good. So players are getting ready. It is really cool to see T1 join forces with ONSYDE. I would say that ONSYDE didn't need like Hero to compete, right? Like ONSYDE, they've got Shin, they've got Maru, they've got Xian, and they've got Hwaseung. Like they've got a full roster to compete. So really cool to see Hero take part. If he didn't join forces with another team, then he wouldn't be able to take part in the GSTL. So really cool to see T1 and ONSYDE joining forces. Likewise, when it comes to some of the other teams, we have Shopify, which is a pretty traditional team, right? With Shopify, you have Bjorn, Scarlet, Hwaseung, and Lambo. We have BASILISK as well, which is going to be Trigger, Reynor, and Serral. This is also why we have the rule that players can be reused. It means that teams competing need a minimum of only 3 players. So only 3 players required. which is why we're seeing, you know, Shin and Rogue be reused in the 4th match, and Zaun and Cure being reused in the final match. Zaun less so. And I'm hoping we can get there. It would be nice if we could see some Zaun action later on in the series. If we get to Game 5. But alas, so we have BASILISK as well, Shopify, and we have another team, a team that's constructed by some, not quite teamless players, but by a bunch of players that maybe individually don't have enough players on their team to compete. Team NOGG. Not GG, baby, not GG. I'll be very upset if they do GG in their matches. I'll be they better be on brand. But Team NOGG is Classic, Percival, Solar, and Clem. That surprised me. Classic, of course, he's on Virtus Pro, and he's alone on Virtus Pro when it comes to the SE2 roster. Percival is teamless. Solar is teamless. It makes sense that they would join forces as a team. I'm just surprised that Clem joined them and that Team Liquid didn't play as a team. I guess it kind of makes sense, right? Like, if we had Team Liquid, we wouldn't have Team Hwaseung, because Cure is on Team Liquid, right? So like, it looks like Team Liquid was broken up a little bit here, and Cure was sent here to Team Hwaseung, and Clem is playing for NOGG. So unfortunately no Team Liquid, but we have Team Liquid players that will just kind of spread out a little bit. Spread out. We are going to be jumping in. As our players are ready, and we are jumping into our 3rd and potentially final game of the series. This morning in the top right-hand corner of BlackRock, we have the Red Terran player. We have the Red Terran himself, the South Korean Terran, typically representing Team Liquid, but here representing Team Hwaseung, it is Cure. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the blue Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing team at T1 ONSYDE. It is Maru. Let's go. Let us go again. And Maru, he needs to win this game to just claim the win here and now for his team for ONSYDE T1. It would mean that we don't get the Shin Rogue rematch, and we wouldn't get the Zaun series either, which would be a bit of a shame. But again, the pressure's on Cure to stop that from happening. To extend the series. Pressure is on. So now we're going to be opening up a lot of mirror matchups. A lot of mirror matchups here in tonight's broadcast. We're getting all 3. We began with the PvP, then ZVZ, and then TVT. Like, was non-stop mirror matchups, which is a bit of a shame. When it comes to this matchup here, we'll see if we open up double gas or single gas. So far we are going for standard openers. Racks expand standard start here out of both Maru and Cure. No proxies, no shenanigans yet. I say that Maru is moving out with his SCV. Shout out to SOOP. So SCV scouts are very rare in TVT. Cure is scouting as well, but this is different. He's checking for proxies. Does check for proxies. Meanwhile, Maru, he commits completely across the map. Cure, he will avoid the initial SCV with his own. They'll sit by. But yeah, very interesting here, just because it's very standard, very, very common for players to skip that worker scout. Maru, he confirms that, of course, only a single gas opener. He knows that there's going to be a CC on the low ground. He does check, and he moves away. Command center will not be delayed. Command center gets thrown down. At the same time, we do see Cure across the map, drilling away at the SCV, trying to disrupt some of the builds or some of the openers. Pulls back, and nothing crazy, just standard opener so far. Because they back up from each other. Reapers are on the way. Now, it is very risky moving out across the map with your first Reaper, just because whoever shoots first, and especially on BlackRock, it can be devastating. The reasoning for this, as you can see, BlackRock has so many side blockers, so much tall grass. So in every one of these positions here, there could be a Reaper lying in wait to shoot first to catch out your units and snowball out of control from there. So a lot of tall grass. Players have to be careful. Oh my god, Maru. He's going for a third CC. He's going for a third CC before factory, before second racks. Hyper greed out of Maru. Oh my god. Cure is being economic as well, but he's going CC after the factory. Much more sensible here at a Cure. Maru is cutting corners. Is he going for a 3CC 3 racks? That's a second racks, by the way. Big delay in the factory. Yep, there we go. So 3CC 3 racks. The build that Maru is going for here is usually seen against Protoss. It's more standard against Protoss. Seeing this against Terran feels very risky. Very risky. It isn't just about being greedy. It isn't just about the fast expansion and cutting all these corners, but it's also about Maru delaying tank production, right? TVT, very much so, especially in the mid game, is all about positional play. All about positional play, you know, building up your tanks, gaining air control as well. Here, Maru, he's going to forego all of that for a heavy bio count instead. If you're familiar with Bjorn's TVT, it's very similar to this. Bjorn does not go for this build, but Bjorn does go for a heavy racks count, a low tank count, a low Viking count, and he relies a lot more on mass amount of stim marines to break through siege lines or to outmaneuver and outposition the opposing player, and ideally drop into bases as well to go for mass drop play, mass counterattacks. It's a really fun style. It's really fun to watch and really fun to see. Again, Bjorn does it very well. Maru, he's best friends with Bjorn, and they often do play similarly at times. But what I will say is that the problem here is that when it comes to like these head-on engagements, Cure will have the superior army, or at least should be able to build up the more efficient army. Maru is going to be more mobile, more flexible, and he can like poke in, poke out, rotate, and try to catch tanks unsieged or catch tanks out of position. But in that head-on fight, Cure should have the advantage. For now though, Cure did build up into Mass Hellion. We'll clean up all the Marines. Bunker is not yet done. Marines, they cannot hold their own, and the boys are being pulled. Desperation here out of Maru. Does pull the boys. Heavy losses already. And you can see just how greedy it is trying to defend with pure Marine. The bunker thankfully does finish. Hellions, they avoid the bunker. They go further back behind the mineral line. And that's devastating damage. That's 12, 13 SCV is going to be going down. The greed was not worth it. Losing so many workers. Hellions are going to be cleaned up, but a very nice dive out of Cure. Very nice. As Cure, he's up by 7 SCVs. Now again, the triple SCV production and the triple muling out of Maru will help recover, but the goal here with this build was to take an economic lead. Now instead, Maru's playing catch-up. So in that sense, this initial opener of this build wasn't quite worth it. The greed continues though, and Maru did get some very fast ebays for fast 1-1. So fast upgrades, stim, combat shields, 1-1, mass marine is building up, and we're working towards medevacs. You can see our factory into medevac production. But as we mentioned, like it's going to be on Maru here to try to outposition and make this build worth it. Otherwise, it's going to be a rough mid game for Maru. Once again, the tall grass. The tall grass comes into play. More marines, they get roasted. At the same time, Raven harass into the main, delaying the armory. This delays 2-2. True. 2-2 is going to be delayed. At least a little bit. And of course, Curie gets full scat as well. He's fully now aware of the build of choice, of the greed, of the upgrades. It's on Cure to hunker down back at home. Moving in with more Raven harass. We spoke earlier about the tank count, but also the Raven count as well. Remember, Maru, he delayed his starport, and right now his starport is making purely medevacs. He's also going to be down in Ravens, who have a lot of potential, a lot of possibilities here in TVT. They have a lot of utility. That's the word I was looking for. Oh my god, the medevac! To get the lock on, Cyclone does pull away. Lock-on is broken. Maru, he's trying to break out. But again, Ravens with their auto charge harass, with their disables, with her armor shreds as well. True. They have a lot of utility. They come back in for more harass. Maru trying to break out. And Cure's moving in. And Curie does move in. So far gets an SCV. Once again, this is just adding up over time. Disrupting the mining. As we mentioned before, like this build from Maru was supposed to lead into a greater economy. He's not there though. He's not gotten there. He's been delayed at every turn. Maru losing how many? Losing 18 SCVs so far. Vikings are now out there. Uh-oh. And can we catch the Ravens? Yeah, late reaction. Late reaction at a cure, and the first Raven is going to go down. Massive pickup. Takes down one, and going for the other as well. So Cure here overextends. This was a massive blunder here from Cure. Losing both Ravens. Behind this, building up his tank counts. He does have a backup Raven back at home, thankfully. And again, Maru, the whole point of going into mass bio like this was to be active on the map, and Maru's been stuck at home. He's been stuck at home. Cure's been all over him. Again, there are still these timings available here tomorrow where 2-2 is about to finish and 2-2 is still just beginning here for Cure. So again, there's more ways to snowball and to potentially get some value here for with the Marines. Potentially. Cure, he's getting ready to receive sensor towers, tank lines. We do have one turret so far in the main base. I would imagine later on we'll see some more turrets to cover the main. Does have his spotter depot. And Maru, he's yet to move out. As Cure is slowing the game down. And this is to Cure's advantage, right? He's been ahead in economy the entire game. Now building up that army. Cure starts to move out. Maru going to try to turtle up himself. Now looking at the armies here, Cure, he has double the tank count, 6 to, I was about to say 3, we've gone up to 4. I will say though that Maru does have the higher Viking count, and that will help. Does have all the Vikings. Cure's moving in. Oh yeah, Maru, his Marines are out of position, disable on the first tank, the other two do siege up though. Yeah, massive tank shots. The boys are rallying into the army and all the boys go down. 22 SCV kills, and Cure, he doesn't quite stim through. Doesn't quite stim through, but he takes down every worker here. 22 SCVs go down. And that's all the Cure needed. He cripbles the economy. And from here, snowballing out of control. We mentioned that Cure was favored, and we had seen Cure take down Maru, one of the only to consistently take him down in TBT. We referenced EWC earlier. Here he's doing it again. Giving his team a chance. Looking to extend the series. Looking to extend it. Does Zan get to play? We're still too early. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves. As Maru does rally to his now back up third. Cure is being spread thin. He's got to be careful. Lose the tank. Oh, one tank goes down. Cure rotates towards the right hand side and making his way over towards the planetary. Cure's on the way. Does get a tank. And looks like Cure he will be able to siege. Yeah, it does siege within range. Maru, he's late to respond, late to rotate. And the planetary should go down. Oh my god. Yes, Cure target fires, planetary falls. And Maru, he's broke. He just cannot build up, not like this. Cure, he's maxed out. Now, despite Cure being up 50 supply, pushing into a siege line is still very difficult. Still very difficult. Especially if you don't have Vikings. So Maru, he's hanging in there. Liberator production has begun. We're trying to build up into more Liberators. Maru gets another tank. Oh, but he will lose 2 libs. 2 Liberators go down. Cure moving in. He wants the tanks. Oh, won't quite get them. Clutch pickup out of Maru. And Maru does pull away to the natural. Tanks, they will be able to siege, but the CC doesn't go down. Oh my god, it does! Yeah, a lot of Marines do bleed out here as a result, but hey, it takes down the base. Once again, just keeping Maru contained, keeping the economy in check. As these Liberators will allow Maru to break out. Okay, he gets 1, 2. 2 tanks. So nice pickups. Valkyrie moves in. And nice kind of disables here out of Maru. He will be able to hold on here. Yeah, he will be able to hold on. Better fight for Maru. Q overextends. Uh-oh. Q really calm down. I mentioned earlier that, again, pushing into a siege line like this is so difficult without air control. And Cure, he has not made a switch into Vikings. There's no additional starports. Maru breaks out. He's all in. It's all or nothing for Maru. He's moving out. Did win one big fight. Oh, he's within range of the tanks though. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 tanks go down. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, some brutal losses for Maru, losing 3 tanks. Trying to keep pushing. Again, Curry needs time to rebuild his army. This is the moment here where he's the most vulnerable. Curry's the most vulnerable. Maru pushing further in. Tanks a siege. And can Maru do it? The comeback. And once again gets another tank. These Liberators have been the MVPs. The air army here from Maru. The Libs, the Vikings, then now Ravens. Maru, he got out of the Mass Marine, which he began with, and was able to refine his army. Gets into the planetary. Cure, he zoned away. Wow, Cure zoned away, and Maru, he instead has found himself with a much more efficient composition. With tanks, with Vikings, with Ravens. Cure going for the base trade. I mean, it's his best chance. His best chance, his best opportunity. Does go for the base trade. Takes down the tank, keeps on pushing. We're getting messy. We're getting messy. Gets a Liberator. Ooh, one tank goes down. And Maru, he's bleeding out reinforcements. Boys are being pulled. Heavy losses here for Maru, losing far too much. 23, 24. Maru moves in. But there are so many tanks. There are so many tanks here to disable. There just aren't enough disables. There's still tanks further back. Maru does gain a bit of ground here. But Maru's he's running out of time. He's running out of time. He's running out of steam. Kira just keeps counterattacking. Again, just holding line with the bare minimum. Takes down another tank. Now there are 0 Liberators left. Yeah, no more Liberators. Curie moves in across the map, takes out the reinforcements. 2 more tanks full, and there's nothing at home. There's nothing here. There's 2 Marines. There's 1. GG gets called, and Cure, he will take the game, and the series will continue. GG. GG, well played, Cure. He does fight back. He does put a point on the board here for Hwaseung, which means we have a chance. We have a chance here to go all the way to the ace match. The pressure is still on Team Hwaseung as ONSYDE, T1 ONSYDE, they only still need 1 game to win. But the comeback has begun. The comeback, winning it back here. Again, Maru is running all the way back when it comes to the TVT. Maru had such a greedy build going for the very fast third TC. In the end, as we mentioned at the time, it wasn't worth it. In the end, he lost so many workers in the beginning of that game, where he fell behind economically. He was down in workers, had later third base, like his economy was crippled, his Marines were getting roasted as well. So the whole purpose of that build was to be greedy and to be active with Mass Marine, and he wasn't active. We took note of that as well, right? It's like Maru, he could not move out with his Marines, with his drops. He was just stuck at home, stuck defending, and he had a very shaky start to the game. In the end, he did slowly establish his third and slowly establish his fourth base and built up into a greater composition of Sky Terran, of Viking, Liberator, Raven, and it was very efficient considering the lack of economy. Like Maru, he was fighting very, very efficiently and having some very good trades, but it wasn't enough. Because of his low economy, it meant that he was all in. As we mentioned, it meant that he couldn't replenish his army. All you saw was all that he had, and it took too long to get across the map. It took too long to break out. Too long to push into the natural. By the time he did, he was losing his third, he was losing his natural, and had no way to reinforce, no way to bolster his army, no way to move in. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are now getting ready for our next matchup. It's going to be a rematch. Now, earlier in this broadcast, Shin faced off against Rogue, and Shin did bring him down. Now, we have that rematch. Shin versus Rogue once again. This time, it's going to be on Washout. Oh boy. It's going to be on Washout. And we'll see if Rogue can get his revenge this time and tie things up 1-1, but also tie things up 2-2 in the greater series and force that final game. Does Zaun get to play? Does he get to play, Pappy? Yeah. We'll see, we'll see. As our players are setting up. Just catching up in the chat. If all goes well enough, imagine if we get a consistent team league once again. Potentially. I mean, it comes down to the Patreon support, of course. So if you enjoy the GSL, if you enjoy the GSTL as well, and if you enjoy the content that SOOP is producing, then consider supporting over on SOOP. Sorry, over on our Patreon. Over on the Patreon. Consider supporting. As here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Washouts, we have the red Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg representing Team Hwaseung. Down in the series, but looking to force at that ace match. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player. The blue Zerg player representing T1 ONSYDE. It is Shin. Here we go. So I'll say in the chats, how many reuses? Can Mario play all the games, for instance? No, as we mentioned, all of the first 3 matches have to be unique, and then you can reuse a player in match 4, which we're just now doing, right? We're reusing Shin and Rogue in match 4, and in match 5 you can reuse another player, but it cannot be a player that was already reused. And we already went over the lineups. Just catching up to the chats. Regardless, we're going to be opening up and welcome to Washout now. Once again, if you recall, when it came to their first series, their first game, it was on Old Sun Temple, and we had close spawns, which led into hyper-aggression. It led into Rogue going for a 2-base all-in, which failed, and then Shin snowballed out of control, was able to defend and move out with a greater economy with a then larger army, making use of link speed, of course, as well, to reinforce with his speedlings. Here we have a larger map of the map pool, or I say larger map, longer spawns, a longer distance between natural and natural, so the likelihood of us building up into the mid game is much higher now. It is much higher. So standard natural timings. I will say that the gas is slightly earlier for Rogue, so again, higher chance that he is going for a 3rd base and building up into Ling Bane. I say higher chance because it's still, of course, we could still see a player try to wall off on 2 bases and go for a lair. But we'll see. Despite the longer spawn locations, in ZVZ especially, we still expect hyper-aggression out of our players. We rarely get to see, slower mid-games and even late game in ZVZ. Not impossible, but it's a rarer sight. If you recall, this season in RSL, we did get some, late game Viper versus Viper on Celestial Enclave between Serral and Rogue, but that was in RSL. That was in a different map as well, different map pool. And already, speaking of aggression, we have the early chamber. So early Eva chamber typically means early +1 carapace, typically. If it is going to be carapace, it can, of course, impact and influence Lings, also roaches as well. It can lead to stronger aggression, an earlier timing here from Rogue. Yep, there it is, +1 carapace. So early carapace timing. Funnily enough, Rogue is actually going for a carapace before link speed. Link speed has not yet begun, so we're going to be able to hit with carapace and link speed at the same time. There it is. So a very, very tight timing here for Rogue, rushing into both upgrades. Meanwhile, we see a standard link speed timing at a Shin into a later chamber. Now, what does Carapace accomplish, especially when it comes to early Ling aggression? It means that a Baneling no longer one-shots Lings. The Ling does survive with a slither of HP here, and that can be huge in Ling Bane Wars. Speaking of, Baneling has been now being thrown down, and we're expecting aggression out of Rogue. As there is a very small window where Rogue will have +1 and Shin will not. Shin moves in. No surprises here, but Rogue, he's massing Lings. You can see he's massing Lings as we speak. Shin is droning. As Shin pokes in, Shin confirms the lack of Ling speed, and can we force a cancel? Oh. Looks like it's going to be close. It's going to be close, but he will force that cancellation. Very nice pickoff here by Shin. Abusing the lack of Ling speed out of Rogue, but it's about to kick in, and Rogue is about to flood. You can see he is soon moving out. Bailey's now morphing in as well for Rogue. Oh, so Rogue, he builds up to 22 Zerglings. That's a lot of Zerglings, but behind this, Rogue is droning and getting a Roach Horn. So Rogue, he's not all in. He's going to be aggressive, as you can see here, but he is backing off behind this and trying to drone up. We'll see what we can get done. Shin, he has Banelings ready. And Carapace is about to finish for Shin. It's almost done. It's almost done, almost complete. Oh. So we're just trading Banelings 2 and 2. And Shin holds. Shin, he does hold on. Whew. And behind this, Shin, he was able to get away. I mean, he's droning as we speak. So is Rogue. We're building up in towards that mid game. I believe there's no lair yet for Shin. True, the lair is almost complete for Rogue. Rogue is taking up a little bit further. But I'm curious here if Shin plans on staying on... Yeah, he's staying on hatch tech. Do you see what I see? Roach production. Shin is making roaches. There is no lair. There is no roach speed. Shin is going to double down. He's doubling down here. Being hyper aggressive. Oh, Rogue is spending a lot of money on a lair, on +1 melee, on a spire as well. Rogue is teching. Rogue is droning. Meanwhile, Shin is all in. Shin is all in. It's a 2.5 base all in out of Shin. As I mentioned, no lair, no roach speed, no further tech. This is it. It's time. Shin is here to end the game. Jesus. The mailing doesn't quite connect. Gotta be careful. Calm down, Shin. Calm down. As Banelings, they will finish. Roaches, they push forward. Oh, 2 of them get surrounded though. Yeah, 1 Roach does fall, the other does barely survive. Banelings, they zone away the Lings. Ideally, they will. And Shin can miss. Yeah, he does collapse on the army. Roaches get surrounded. Banelings, they zone the Lings away. Lings, they cannot engage. And Shin, can he break through? Does he have enough? He needs more Lings. He needs more Zerglings here. Banelings, they're going for the mineral line, actually. Yeah, they go for the workers. They give chase. Lings are reinforcing. Queens are going down. And Shin is doing it. Yeah, Shin is doing it. Takes down the first queen. Takes down the second. Breaks all the queens. Lings are coming to reinforce. Some more roaches are falling. And Shin, he's breaking the backbone here of Rogue. Breaking through the defenses. It's close. We do have reinforcing roaches. True. There are reinforcing roaches. 19. Oh, God. 19 drones went down. The Banelings, they found their marks, Pappy. They connected. GG gets called, and Shin, he will claim the series 3-1. He will win it all for T1 ONSYDE. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here. Shin, he will win the game. He will claim the series. Shin, in the end, took down Rogue 2-0. We can have a look at the lineups here before you. Have a look at the lineups. But the hero took down SOS. Shin took down Rogue. Again, a lot of mirror matchups tonight. Non-stop mirror matchups, actually. Kira, he did begin the comeback. He did have a very impressive showing against Maru. Maru was being hyper greedy. Kira punished that greed and just took it from there. It was still very close. Like, I was very impressed by Maru's recovery and by his comeback in that game, but it was still not quite enough. And in the end, Kira did bring Maru down. Then we had Shin taking down Rogue here in that final game. In the end, T1 ONSYDE do claim the win over Hwaseung. GG well played. But remember, this was the Pro League series. So for those that are just now tuning in, the way that this team league works is that we have our first best of 5. There's a best of 5 here between T1 ONSYDE and Hwaseung in a Pro League format. Pro League format means that all the players are announced ahead of time. They're fielded in these 1v1s, and we play out the series, as we just did. Zan and Cure didn't play, they didn't need to. The series did end. Next, we're going to be jumping into all kill format. Bam! As you can see here, we have our second best of 5 between these two teams. It is going to be all kill format. The way all kill format works is that we have our 2 starting players. You can see Maru and SOS, and the winner stays on, the loser gets knocked out, and you go through the entire team. So if this is where, and the reason why it's called all kill is because one player can all kill. Right, if Maru takes down SOS, he stays on, and then Hwaseung have to field, say, Cure. They have to field Rogue. They have to keep fielding players until they knock Maru out. They're going to keep going. Vice versa, of course, as well. And they have that back and forth. Once again, it's going to be best of 5 between our 2 teams. The reason why the Pro League format is called Pro League is because that's how Pro League worked back in the day. When Pro League was running, of course, back on Spot TV. That was their format. Oh. So it looks like the players are providing cams. Ooh, let's go. As our players are getting ready. As you can see, we have SOS. We have SOS on cams. And we're just getting Maru set up as well. So, un momento. There we go. So if you're curious, that's why we have a little bit of downtime in between matches. Bam! We have Maru setting up. And we have SOS as well. Beautiful. Beautiful. So we will have player cams here for the matches. For the games, we'll have them set up. I'll be honest. I think that we also had some player cams going for the Pro League series. I do apologize. I didn't have the links available to the camera feeds. I think they were just shown on the Korean stream. Shout out to Inu, by the way, over on the Korean stream. But we will try to have cams going for the rest of the series. We'll do our best. Here we go. Queuing for the base trade was the best move he could do. 100%. 100%. That's like he couldn't engage head on. I always disliked how much the scene moved away from teams and into player takes all. I mean, it's difficult, right? Especially without Pro League. Like, running a team league is a lot of work. It's a lot of work. I know that Wardy is fully aware of this. Like, back in the day, he used to run the StarCraft Improved team league, and it was a lot of work with not as much return. But yeah, it's really cool to see, though, every now and then. Like, we had the Crank Gatherers event, if you recall. We had the Wardy Team League. Now we have the return of GSTL. It's really cool to see us like embrace this format once again after quite some time. Here we go. Here we go. Spawning in the left-hand corner of Sanctuary 3, we have the Red Protoss player. The Red Protoss representing Team Hwaseung. It is SOS. Bam. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Blue Terran player. The Blue Terran himself representing T1 ONSYDE. It is Maru. Let's go. Let's go. Sorry, I'm just trying to set up the... There we go. Setting up the players, setting up the matches. I just love that SOS uses a barcode. It's Kappa. So just setting up our players as well. Beautiful. Okay, so we're getting into our first game of the series. Now remember, T1 ONSYDE, they're already leading the overall series here as they did win the Pro League match. Now we're here in the all-kill match instead. We have our starting players here. Remember, the winner stays on, the loser is knocked out. Maru does open up double gas, so double gas opener, faster factory, a more tech-heavy start out of Maru. Meanwhile, SOS going for his own standard opener back at home. So we do see Maru, he's going for a faster factory, delayed CC. Now when it comes to TVP, especially Maru and TVP, we're expecting all-ins. Like Maru, he's very, very aggressive in this matchup. We're expecting a lot of aggression in the early to mid game. One base play, two base play is what we expect. So we'll keep an eye on Maru and his tech of choice and how he builds up from here. Those are our expectations from Maru. Meanwhile, SOS, back in the day, he was known for being very quirky and very unusual and having some hyper-aggressive and cheesy builds. That is true back in the day. I'm thinking like 2013, 2014 era of StarCraft. But post-military service in the current modern StarCraft and iteration of the game in modern era, SOS has mellowed out quite a bit. He's mellowed out, and we do see a lot more standard play out of SOS. Not completely, like he still does have that flair every now and then, and he's gonna need that flair against Maru. He's gonna need it. I think SOS, he had an interview. I think he had an interview with was it the SC Historian, when he went out to compete for Streamer Zone. But I want to say, I think he went out to compete and he got interviewed by the SC Historian. But he spoke about how, like, you know, now he's, you know, a little bit more mature. You know, now with age comes wisdom, and he has played a little bit more standard in recent times as a result of that. But he also knows that, like, the fans, they loved like that chaotic style from SOS back in the day, and he's aware that he wants to try to still, you know, embrace that from time to time. And we see that here, 3-gate. He's going to 3 gateways. So basically what's happening here is that SOS is going for a very delayed tech structure. Typically, by now, we'd see a Twilight Council. By going into an extra set of gateways here, he's being hyper-aggressive early on with vanilla gateway units. With vanilla units here, yep, moving out with the pylon and setting off with the proxy. So hyper-aggression out of SOS. If SOS fails to get damage done with this, then he will fall behind because his tech structures are going to be very late as a result. And here comes a proxy to warp in across the map. This is not an all-in, but it is very committed. Like, you need to get damage done with this. At the same time, the first step does go down. Maru, with his early gases, is going for a Widowmine drop across the map. So he's setting up for the drop play. Pylon is almost done. You can see a mass amount of adepts back at home, and SOS plans on reinforcing across the map. Yeah, Cyclone does get a lock on. A lock on is broken. Adepts are revealed. Reaper is going to go down. And SOS, he does take notice here of the massive army that's coming his way, and he sets up defensively. So instead of going for the drop, he sets up back at home. And do the mines connect? We need to connect here. They're going to be avoided. Adepts say shade into the mineral line. SCV is going to be going down. Oh, Yeah, we're getting 1, 2, 3 ACV kills. Nice damage so far. Again, Maru's in trouble. He will get 1 adept. And we just ignore the mines. Yeah, we just ignore the mines. SOS, he ignores the mines, dives on the Cyclone. Cyclone's going to again. Oh my god, nice save. Yeah, nice save with the Cyclone. Medevac does pick up. Tank does siege, and Maru he holds. He's holding onto the main. Adepts are being forced back. Stalkers are warping defensively back at home. And Maru he will break out. He breaks out of his main base. We're going to retake control of his natural. Back at home, SOS expands, and SOS throws down the Twilight Council. So the aggression has decided. The aggression has ended. And Maru didn't lose too much. Did lose, was it 4? Yeah, 4 SCVs, so some damage was sustained here, and he was stuck on one base for a little bit of time, but he does break out, he does re-expand. And the game will continue. Likewise, SOS still needs to catch up as well, going into charge. Claiming his third. SOS was hoping for more damage. If he was able to catch the Cyclone and maybe even catch a tank as well, could have kept going. But Maru, he defended well, and he actually went for the Banshee follow-up as well. Did not go for Cloak, but very nice damage here. 3, 4 probe kills. Ooh, doesn't quite get the Sentry. Sentry will survive. But nice defense out of Maru, and nice aggression as well. Nice counterattack. With this, SOS is in a very shaky position. They're going for his Robo, his Forge, his upgrades, his tech, again all delayed. Shades into tank range. Yeah, that was not it. That was not it here. SOS, he throws away his Adepts. Gets nothing in return. Adepts, they cannot get away. Meanwhile, the mine drop finally gets across the map. The opener was designed to be a mine drop and was delayed due to the aggression, but gets in. 2 probes. Nothing major, but value nonetheless. It's all adding up. And after all said and done, I would say Maru is now in a stronger position. There's still, of course, opportunities here for SOS to have a better engage, getting into Mass Zealots, of course, with Immortals behind this. Depending on the angle of attack, SOS can, of course, take a better fight. Speaking of, SOS is moving out. Okay, the army is going to be sent out. But he's taking it behind this, so SOS should not push into the main, or into the natural. Should not move up the ramp. SOS is posturing, but behind this we have a Bay into Colossus production. We're still probing up the 3 base saturation. SOS turns around. Oh. What's the plan? And SOS flirting, dancing with the army. Doesn't commit. SOS is waiting for Maru to take a 3rd base and then try to collapse on those Marines. Oh. But Maru moves out with everything. Oh, he even pulls the boys. We spoke about this at the start of the game. We expect like 1 base aggression or 2 base aggression. It's a 2 base all in. So 2 base all in. Maru has no intention of expanding, of macroing. Does commit, catching at the Immortal. Very nice catch. Immortal goes down, and SOS needs more time for the Colossus. He still needs more time. Oh, catching up a Stalker. Yeah, the Stalker goes down. The boys are here. The boys are being pulled here for SOS as well. Moment of desperation. The mine shots. Oh my god, massive connection. The mines they pop up, and GG gets called. The Colossus is not out in time, and Maru, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Maru, he will take a lead in the series. Once again here, SOS, he was supposed to have a much more aggressive start, a much more aggressive build, but the aggression did fail. Did kill 4 CVs, but outside of that, the Adepts were shut down. Maru, he broke out, retook his natural. We had some very nice Banshee harass across the map, crippling the economy of SOS, and what should have been a stronger setup for SOS, he then fell behind. Remember, his tech was delayed, his splash damage was delayed as well, and Maru, he just went for the all-in. He went for the all-in. He was able to break SOS before Colossus, before splash damage. GG. GG, well played with that. Maru, he will take a lead here in the series for his team in the all-kill format. Here we go. Now the pressure's on Hwaseung. Who do we send out? Who's up next? So we do have Rogue and Cure. Now, I would say that Cure, he is going to be the Maru sniper. Like, he took down, he's had some big wins, of course, against Maru over the past couple of months. He just took down Maru in the Pro League format. Do we rely on Cure again here as well, or do we save Cure? What's the plan? I mean, you don't want Maru to get too much momentum here, especially in a best of 5. So I feel like Cure would make the most sense for Team Hwaseung, but we'll see. We shall see. As the team is deliberating, they're deciding. As a result, for this format, there's going to be some longer breaks and a little bit more downtime because previously we already had the players lined up and already decided. Here, the teams have to try to pick and choose and decide who to send out in the moment. So there's going to be more downtime. Oh, and we have we have the answer. It is going to be Cure. Here we go. As we're getting ready here for our next game. So this is going to be the TVT rematch here, Maru versus Cure. Let's go. Beautiful. As we're getting the cameras ready. Moving in. We're going to be loading into Lockdown. Oh boy, and we'll see if Maru can get his revenge. We did mention at the time in the previous series that Maru had a really impressive comeback. Like, despite having a disastrous start against Cure, he was able to build up into a critical mass of Liberator Viking Raven. It was very impressive. If only he had gotten there without falling behind, without having a deficit. So this time we might see Maru go for a safer start. We'll see. And spawning in the right-hand corner of Lockdown, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing T1 ONSYDE. It is Maru. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team... I said Team Liquid. Usually he does, but here he's representing Team Hwaseung. It is a Cure. Oh my god. We're just lying back, taking it in, baby. Let's go. The aura. As we're jumping back into our TVT again, Maru, he has begun the series here with a win for his team for T1 ONSYDE. Cure, of course, did bring Maru down previously in the broadcast, but that was a different series. That was a Pro League format. Can he do it again, or can Maru get his revenge? Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Already, we're going to be just opening up. Going to be opening up here. We'll keep an eye on our players for the gas count. Here we go. Double gas out of Cure. Bearing in mind that in the first game that they played against each other, both players did go racks expand single gas openers. Here, double gas out of Cure, double gas out of Maru. Very safe builds here out of our players. This means a faster factory. It means a delayed command center as well. If either player was proxying, then they would be at a bit of a disadvantage against a heavier and faster factory setup. Heavier gas counts, faster factory, So this is considered to be a little bit safer. Cure does go for the SCV Scout. If you remember, we were emphasizing this last time, but SCV Scouting is quite rare in TVT. Despite that, both players did Worker Scouts in their first face-off in that first game. Here we can see Cure Scouting, Maru does not. As Cure pokes in, yep, confirms the factory. Now he knows double gas. Cure sees everything he needs to. Maru does not scout, which is standard. Because of this opener, I would say that Maru has a slightly better economy, as the worker here that's scouting for Maru is mining. So Maru, he's not wasting a worker by moving out across the map and scouting his opponent, has a little bit of extra resources. A little bit. We can see Maru, he does check the nearby proxy location. Scouts nearby, pulls back. And welcome to Lockdown. Lockdown, we often do see a lot of mid to late game on Lockdown. Lockdown has a very secure 2-base setup. As you can see here, we have a ramp coming into the natural. We also have a high ground linear 3rd base as well. Also on the high ground, you can knock down these towers and fully seal this off. When it comes to the low ground 3rd base, I mean, it's still on the high ground technically. There's also a ramp coming up. There's like 4 or 5 levels of elevation on this map. So a lot of ramps, a lot of high ground. As a result, turtling up on 4 bases here is easier than on other maps. There are a lot of defensive features of this map. Not saying that we will cut the map in half and turtle up and slow the game down, but there's a bigger possibility of that happening. More so than on Blackrock. 111. Okay. No CC. Sorry, I was kind of getting away with myself talking about the map. Cure did not expand. He did not expand. 111 going for a hyper committed build here. As Cure's going for the early tank. Basically, 1 base all in at a Cure. And Maru has to piece it together. So far, 0 scouting. Remember, there was no SCV Scout. No SCV Scout. There was no Reaper Scout either. Maru tries to back in. The Scout is denied. Maru sees nothing. Just chilling back at home, expanding. None the wiser. Getting into his own bio tank, actually. There's no early Cyclone. We're going Cyclone after tank. This will benefit Maru, assuming he defends back at home. Uh-oh. As here comes Cure. Here comes the 1 base all in, rallying with Vikings, waiting for a second tank. Who catches who? As they both completely pass by each other. Base trade? Are we trading bases? Are we Cure? We're gonna move in. Uh-oh. Maru's gonna hit first. And Maru, he unloads, nothing on the low ground. He's like, wait, what? You can see him do the double take. Yeah, double take out of Maru. He moves in, getting on top of the depot, and Cure, he's out in the open. He's in the middle of nowhere. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah, depot's gonna be going down. Cure, he's so late to respond, so late to move in. Delayed push there by Cure. Maru's already in the main. Yeah, he's in the main base, came with the production. Cure now moving in, doing the same. Boys being pulled, the defensive Cyclone. Lock-on on the tank. Uh-oh. Lock-on is broken. Yeah, the lock-on is broken. There's a tank further back here for Cure. Does repair. Yeah, Cure trying to hold on. I mean, Cure, he's up in tanks. He does have a second tank. Ooh, massive tank shot goes off, though. Diving on the defensive tank. Can he get it? Oh my god, barely. Yeah, they trade 1-to-1 at the same time. Maru across the map. He's still trying to push further in. Boys being pulled. He wants a tank. Ah, he's going to get it. Yeah, he's going to get it as well. Tank goes down, and Cure, he will defend back at home. Meanwhile, he's deflected across the map. And where exactly are we? So Cure, he's on 13 SCVs. Cure, he has the better economy. But Maru, he defends less workers, but 2 bases. True. Maru, he has the second orbital. Banshee popped out as well, so he can counterattack across the map. He can harass. What do we have exactly? Cure has a Viking. Cure's rallying. Cure's just rallying across the map to end the game. The Banshee will backstab. There's going to be a defensive Viking back at home. There's no cloak. So Cure, he has the tools to defend against the Banshee. And here come the 2 tanks. Cure's coming. Or he's pre-sieged. Ooh, 1 tank shell goes off. Do we lift? Not quite. We'll lose one of the tanks. Messy push here from Cure, but he will break through. Oh, now there's a Cyclone. Yeah, now there's a Cyclone to defend. Got a messy engage here by Cure. Denies the natural. Banshee's moving in. Banshee moves into the main base. Cure is rallying. Nothing at home to defend. but there is soon to be a Viking. Yeah, this Banshee should not get too much done here. Gets 3, gets maybe 4 CVs? 5? 4, 5, 6? 7! 7 SCVs go down. Down to 9 workers. We have an even worker count. But remember, Maru, he has extra mules. He has that orbital. Oh, another Viking. Got that locker for a moment. Marine overextends. Curio's been a little bit messy here with his units. And now we're going into reactor Viking production. Yeah, scanning into the main base does confirm that. Kira trying to move in. Very nice lock-on. The lock-on! No, he gets the tank! Yeah, the tank is going to go down. Massive pick-off. The tank falls. The Cyclone defends. Kiri's running out of steam here. He's being outscaled. Again, Maru, he's now up in workers. Remember, he can make 2 workers at a time. Kiri, he's running out of steam. He's running out of steam here, as we can see Kira trying to push further in. Oh. Within range of the add-ons. Kira, he does have the high... I was going to say he has a higher Viking add-on anymore. We're even on Vikings. And more HP for Maru. Kira doesn't have enough. He does not have enough. Again, it was just a very messy game. Very messy game. And in the end, Maru, he will defend. And he will not lose air control. Because he's hunting for the Vikings. He wants them. Bullying back Kira. And Kira is at least containing and keeping Maru in a 1 base economy. Behind this, Kira getting his own natural base on location. But Maru should be able to break out. Oh. And once again, Vikings age of zone. Liberators on the way. And I don't see Kira defending. Like, it's not going to happen. Not anymore. That orbital for Maru, saving him. I mean, there's a lot that came into this game, right? Remember, Kira, he was just idle in the middle of the map and not really pushing, as he didn't know that Maru was also moving out. That was giving Maru precious seconds, precious time. The Liberator has arrived. Zones away the tank, and we can just keep zoning. We can just keep forcing the unsiege. Oof. Yeah, tank goes down. And we can't stop the freedom. We can't stop the liberation. Not like this. Oof. Yeah, we see up on the final tank. We do engage, and the Vikings, they will overwhelm. Maru, he breaks through the skies, takes down all the Vikings, takes down the tank. He gives chase, and Kira cannot keep up. Not anymore. He's been outscaled. It's got a very messy game, but GG gets called in the end. Maru, he will take down Kira. He will get his revenge and maintain his win streak. GG. Whew. There is GG, well played in the end. Maru, he will maintain that win streak, takes down SOS, takes down Cure, and there is only 1 player left. I'm making the assumption up next is Rogue. Rogue, of course, he is the final remaining player here for Team Hwaseung. Maru is taking down the Protoss, the Terran. I would say that Cure was the best option here, the best chance to stop Maru's win streak. I don't think they can stop him anymore. I mean, Cure, sorry, don't get me wrong. Rogue is a really strong player, don't get me wrong. A very, very strong player, but the pressure is now on. Remember, this is a best of 5. 1 more win is all that Maru needs. Oh, no mas. So we are getting ready. Is that Zaun? Oh, SOS. Zaun is on Maru's team, so bear that in mind. There's a good chance that Zaun doesn't get to play today at all. Remember, Zaun, he was scheduled to play in the previous series if we had gone to the Ace match. Like, Bobby, you just get some sleep. It's all good. It's like, we got this. We got this. But yeah, so Rogue is the last remaining player on Hwaseung. Can he stop the all kill? Can he stop it? Bearing in mind that for tonight's broadcast, we have 2 series. It's going to be 2 series. Right now, of course, we're in T1 ONSYDE versus Hwaseung, and we're in the second series of this match. We have another match after this. It is going to be Shopify versus NOGG. That'll be afterwards. And it'll be the same thing, right? Shopify versus NOGG. They'll have a Pro League best of 5, and then an all-kill best of 5. So we are almost halfway through the broadcast. Almost. Speaking of, I'm just checking to see if we do have lineups already for the next series. Just checking. We do. Okay. Oh, good. Okay. So I can start to fill that up. Sorry, I feel so bad because we're like, okay, we're good to go, we're good to jump in. Beautiful. But I'm just asking for the player cams. Okay, we're good. Just asking for them. Whew. But here we go. We're getting to potentially the final game of the series. Again, the pressure is on. Personally, I'm a little bit greedy. I want more games. I want more matches. I want more of a back and forth here, but the pressure is on as spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Rainfall. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Team Hwaseung, the final player remaining on their team. Can he begin that comeback? It is Rogue. Go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player. We have the South Green Terran representing ONSYDE, or T1 ONSYDE. It is Maru. Here we go. We are getting into game number 3 here, and again, remember, this is all-kill format. Maru, he needs one more win here to claim the series. Rogue needs to fight back here and now to begin that comeback and to begin his own win streak. And again, reverse all kills, that's a phrase that exists for a good reason. That does happen. We could see that reversal. If anyone could do it, hey, Rogue is one to do it as well. True. He's been looking very strong in recent weeks and recent months. On the most recent patch. Has found a lot of success. And we'll see if we can find it here. First up, we should be seeing our hatch pool opener. Welcome to Rainfall. True. There's a lot to get into here. Okay, so welcome to Rainfall. Rainfall is a smaller map in the map pool. Shorter rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored on this map. It is going to be a hatch gas pool, by the way, from Rogue. So it does go for a relatively standard opener. There might be a window of time where the initial Reaper might find some damage here. So we'll see what Maru can accomplish across the map. Meanwhile, when it comes to this map itself, aggression is favored. And we said something about Maru when it comes to the TVP that he was featured in against SOS. We spoke about how Maru in TVP is known for all-ins, right? He's known for 1 base play and 2 base play. In the end, he did go for a 2 base all-in. Here in TVZ, Maru, he's also known to be very extreme. When I say extreme, either hyper-aggression all-ins or some longer macro games. I would say that it is difficult on this map to try to build up to 4 bases and turtle on 4 bases. Looking here, we have the low ground 3rd and we have the low ground 4th base. Both the linear 3rd base and the triangular 3rd are both on the low ground. There's high ground right next to them. They're also both very open. As you can see here, they're very open, they're very accessible. There's no point of elevation, there's no choke point. These entrances are quite wide. So trying to be defensive on this map as a Terran or a Protoss is very difficult. It's very, very difficult. Not impossible, but the map is working against you. So we're expecting Maru to be much more aggressive, much more assertive in this matchup. First Reaper moves out, dancing with the army. Let's pull back. And behind this, speaking of aggression, 1-1-1. Okay, this is a bit of a rarer sight nowadays. I say rarer, like we have been seeing a lot of the openers kind of mixed up here when it comes to going a CC before factory, 3CC 2-on-1, 3CC 3 racks, or here just straight up 1-1-1. With this build, we're going to have reactor Helium production into potentially earlier Banshee play. We're going to have a lot of DPS to work with. This build will delay the 3rd. The 3rd is going to be late as a result, so the pressure is going to be on Maru to get damage done. Now, I will say that the later 3rd base is a little bit more, it's less punishing than previously because the command center is now cheaper in the latest patch. So cheaper CC means that there's a little bit less onus on Maru to get damage done with a build like this, compared to pre-patch. Now the Hellions are amassing. We have Marine production behind this as well. Interesting. Okay, there we go. I was waiting for the add-on. Tech Lab is on the way. Looks like we just got the Marines to patrol, to deny vision. And we do see Mara still building up that Hellion camp back at home. Oh, this is much more dedicated here. Much more than we initially thought. Initially, it was a 1-1-1, which was already aggressive. Now we throw down 2 more axes. I still don't see a 3rd CC. Again, 3rd bases are very commonly seen early on here in TVZ. So no 3rd expansion, more axes, more Marines, Stim, a much more aggressive build here. Much more aggressive. There's also 1 eBay on the way. The fact that there's only 1 leans towards a 2-base all-in. I believe it should just be +1 attack. If we were going into a macro game, then we'd see 2 eBays, of course. Aliens, they move in, getting 1, 2, 3 drone kills. They tried to punish, though. Ooh, they lock them down. They lock down the Hellions. Oh, they break out. Barely. That wasn't worth it. That was not worth it. 3 drone kills for how many Hellions? 4. 4 Hellions for 3 drones. Did trade a little bit with Lings, but in the end, that was not quite worth it. Ideally, you want to save these Hellions because, again, based on Maru's build, it's looking like a 2-base all-in. These Hellions, potentially Hellbats later on, could have been very impactful to support the army. So every loss counts here for Maru. Every unit counts, I should say. Oh, does get a queen. Queen goes down, getting on top of the 4th expansion. Can we force a cancel? Oh, 1 more volley. He's so close, he does. Yeah, nice cancellation. Delays the 4th base. This means less lava for Rogue, less army. Is going for the 3rd CC. I mentioned this previously. It was more of a passing by comment about how because the 3rd base is cheaper this patch, like staying on 2 bases, sorry, because command centers are cheaper, staying on 2 bases is less punishing. I will still say though that this is very dedicated. This is very committed here by Maru. He is expanding, but he needs to get damage done with this, as his 3rd base is still very late. It may be cheaper, but still very delayed. Rogue with the changeling does spot the army. Don't be suspicious. Rogue, he sees everything behind this, trying to go Ling Bane Muta. Here comes Maru. This is it. And Rogue Baneling speed. He's going Baneling speed after Spire. Oh, good. Hyper Greed out of Rogue does get the tank. Yeah, tank does go down. But again, that's crazy. The Spire is done before Baneling speed. Mara's moving in. We need Ling Bane to survive. Muta's will not help. Yeah, 7 Muta's going to be on the way, and this hatchery is going to go down. I say that. Rogue, can he save it? No, no shot. No shot. Rogue cannot engage. Force to expand towards the left-hand side. A nice pick up here by Maru. Oh, even dropping into the main. Oh, trying to. Is going to be deflected. Now, what's important here is that Maru, he took down the 4th base. He did not keep pushing. In the end, Rogue rushing Mutas, he's getting away with it. This was greedy, by the way. This was very greedy going Muta before Banelings. But he's getting away with it. They're about to be revealed. Catching up the Banshees. And the Banshees, they will go down. We could see Maru rotate. Rotates to the center, deny some of the Banelings. From here, Maru's moving in. And Rogue, how many mutas do we have? 11. He's built up 11 mutas. He can chase down the Medivacs. Maru pushing deep on creep. He's unsieged. Yeah, Mari is on siege. We come in for the surround, and Mari's gonna lose everything. The tanks go down, the Marines as well. Massive surround, and Mari, he's gonna lose everything. He has to race back home. The 3rd base is forfeit. He cannot save the 3rd. No shot, not like this. Rogue is on a snowball out of control. Moves that across the map. 3rd base cannot be saturated. We spoke earlier how Mari, he was borderline all in. He was committed, and he did not do enough. Not like this. He would lose everything. And Rogue, he will begin that comeback. Does he begin the reverse all kill? We'll see as Rogue, he does break through the front door. Diving on top of the army. Tank does siege. We get some big tank shots here on the Lings. But the mutas, they should still overwhelm. Okay, they break through all the Marines. GG gets called, and Rogue, he will fight back. He will put a point on the board. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Huh. Rogue, he will fight back. He will take down Maru here. Keeps the dream alive for Hwaseung. Keeps it alive back. And with that, and now it's going to be on T1 ONSYDE to feel the next player. Yo, we got to wake up Zaun. We got we got to wake him up. He might have to play. And Rogue takes down Maru. Winding it back when it comes to the build itself, again, Maru, who was very, very dedicated. Again, like borderline 2 base all in. Sure, he got a 3rd base at the end, but you saw the 3rd base did not come into play. Maru, he had to do critical damage. And what was important here is that when Maru pushed, he only denied the 4th base. He didn't go further in, and this allowed for Rogue to get away with that greed. We spoke earlier how Rogue, he was being so greedy, delaying Baneling speed and getting a very fast Spire, which would not help in the initial defense, and it didn't. But Maru didn't keep pushing either. Maru, he just poked in, took down the 4th base, then backed off, and Rogue got away with his mutas. He got away with rushing into his mass muta. I say mass muta, he made 11 mutas if you recall. Got away with his muta production, was able to build up his Ling Bane, of course, and end up with that insane surround on Maru's army. GG. GG, well played. Again, time was of the essence there for Maru, and he was not able to get anything more than just the 4th base. So now we're getting into our next game. And who's going to be fielded next, right? We have a couple of players available. We have Shin, we have Hero, and we have Zaun. We still have a wide breadth of players here for T1 ONSYDE. And looks like we have our answer here. We have our answer. Up next is going to be Hero. Let's go. So Hero is going to be the next player. Let's go. This is actually surprising to me, so I kind of glossed over it, but for those that are unaware about the current state of StarCraft, Hero, he has not been playing PvZ. He up until a couple of days ago, like Hero, he has been having a very, I say Hero, all Protoss players have been having a very hard time in PvZ. The PvZ matchup has been in disarray. The meta is either all in or sky toss, one or the other. You could argue that in a best of one format like this, it's still okay to play Protoss, but recently Hero's been playing, he's been off racing, playing either Terran against Zerg or Zerg against Zerg or random against Zerg. Hero, he has been mixing things up, so I'm curious to see what race he plays here against Rogue. Again though, in a best of one specifically, I do think that Hero can still sneak a win out, even if he's been having a very hard time in this matchup. Because it's only one game, he can definitely fight back. We'll see. We shall see. There it is. Let's see if that's the case. As it looks like Hero might play Terran here. We'll see. We'll see what happens when we load in. Then we can discuss. Okay. So it looks like we're just setting up the cameras before jumping in. I'm just catching up with the chat. The reversal kill. It could happen. It could happen. Beautiful. Now it looks like the rest of the team was in voice, enjoying themselves. But here we go. Here we go. As we are jumping into our next game, and okay, it is going to be a ZVP. It's going to be a ZVP. As I mentioned before, Hero has been off racing quite a bit against Zerg, but specifically in the best of one, I do feel like he has it in him here to fight back, despite, you know, the current meta, the current state of things. I believe that he can do so. I mean, he clearly does as well, as he is, of course, picking Protoss. Let's go. Let us go. As we are jumping into our ZVP and spawning in the bottom hand corner of Fear and Faith, we have the red Zerg player representing Team Hwaseung. Oh, sorry, there we go. It is Rogue. Beginning that comeback and spawning in the right hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the South Green Protoss representing T1 ONSYDE. It is Hero. Here we go again. Mari, he got the ball rolling, of course, winning his 2 games against both Cure and SOS. Rogue is the final player remaining on Team Hwaseung. Hero, can he bring him down? As we do find ourselves with cross spawns, actually. Okay, so welcome to Fear and Faith. Fear and Faith is a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom left, bottom right, top left, and top right as well. So 4 possible spawn locations. Hero, he's looking for his opponents, so is Rogue. But because we have diagonal spawns, this is a long rush distance by ground. Typically, I would say this will favor the Protoss. I mentioned something about the meta earlier, how it is either hyper aggression all in, like 2 base all ins, 3 base all ins out of Protoss, or sky toss. Because of the longer distance by ground, the idea of trying to go into and defend and turtle up into sky toss, it looks a little bit more appetizing here, and it might be the plan for Hero. We'll see. The idea of Hero going for an early Twilight Council into like Glaives or into like a charge-based all-in or something more cheeky like that is going to be a little bit weaker based on these spawns, as he does find Rogue spawn location. Does come across a natural. So Hero is aware. Bearing in mind that, as you can see here, the vision of a morphing and hatchery is less than that of a probe. So Hero finds Rogue. Rogue is not aware of the probe scout. His Overlord is checking bottom right, and will soon check top left. So Rogue is still piecing it all together. See Hero walling off the monorail system, the tubes. Does wall up, does wall up. Players are building up. From here we're getting Ling speed, pulling out of gas, nothing crazy here out of Rogue. Really we're waiting for the tech of choice. It should be a Stargate opener out of Hero. That should be the case, but the follow-up is yet to be determined. As I mentioned, we could see Hero go for like a Void Ray opener, hunt down Overlords, and build up from there. We could see him go for a faster Twilight Council, faster Forge, later tech. Rogue will be able to avoid the initial Stalker. And gets in for a free scout. Not bad. Rogue does slip in. He's checking for pylon locations. Remember, the pylon is further to the right. Rogue, he will... barely not find the pylon. Barely not. We can see Hero being cheeky as well, chasing down the first Overlord. Shouldn't get a kill. He wants it though. Yeah, he does want that Overlord, and one more shot. He gets it. Oh my god, he does barely get it, does get away. Ling's just trying to respond. Ling speed is done in 5 seconds, but the Stalker will get out. Yeah, will pull out behind this Stargate, gets thrown down as a part of the wall at the natural. Is a Stargate opener. Hero claiming his third. And Rogue, he is aware of the third timing. Now, I was curious about the tech here. I believe this was a third base before Stargate, which is insane greed, by the way. Usually it's Stargate first and then expansion. So Hero's cutting corners, the Overlord spotted this, and that's why Rogue responds with a Link Flood. See, Rogue is Link Flooding. Again, this is hyper greed out of Hero, and he should not get away with his third. It should not happen. Rogue is coming. And he does race across. Oh, coming with us around. The battery is done, but the Adept is Agut. Yeah, that's catchy Adept here. The battery will fall. Oracle is still on the way. Again, there is no Oracle. Why is no Oracle? Because this was Nexus first, which is crazy. And it will go down. Yeah, the base will fall. Again, Hero trying to be cheeky, trying to cut corners. I don't blame him doing something different here in this matchup, but should not save the expand. There's the NG overcharge, but the Nexus will be killed. That's a kill on the Nexus and on the pylon, the battery, the Stalker, the Adept. Heavy losses out of Hero. And Hero falls behind. I also realized I didn't zoom in on the players when we introduced them. My apologies. So I was so engrossed in the game. Can we deny again? Oh. Not quite. Rogue does... Oh. Yeah, he will reinforce. Doubling back around. Hero moving out with his double Oracle. And that means that Rogue can get us around here. Can and will. Oh, what are we going for? A bit of everything. Yeah, Nexus will be denied. The Oracle's going to try to support, but there's no saving this Nexus. There we go, another cancellation. And behind this, we're rushing into the Fleet Beacon. Again, just hyper greed out of Hero. Try to go for the faster third base, and now trying to go into Sky Toss. But it's just a very rough start for Hero. Denying the third time and time again. Rogue just does not let him expand. Oh, not again. No, no shot. I With this, Hero's up against the wall. Mothership has begun. Into a ground army. Into Twilight Council, Forge, +1 in charge, most likely. But Hero has a little recovering to do. Rogue on the flip side can drone. You can drone, you can saturate. I will say that the 4th expansion here for Rogue is very late. That is true. This is a late expansion. And this will slow down some of Rogue's growth in the mid-game. As Queens, they respond. We have built up to 4 oracles. Can Hero force a cancel? Oh, he can. Yeah, the Queens are trying to waddle in, but the creep has not yet connected. The base will be cancelled. Just barely. Whew. Batteries in position. And Hero is still in this. Here, he's very much still in this game. Again, this 4th base was late, and now it's been cancelled, so now it's even more delayed here than what it should have been. So because of this, Rogue, who should at this point be droning up to 73, potentially even up to 80 workers, now he can't because he has no base to saturate. So Rogue's lead is not as large as it otherwise should have been. Is now taking up. Spire is on the way. Roach Warren as well. The Warren is scouted. I'm not too fond of this Ling Flood. Yeah, Rogue, he invested heavily here into more Zerglings, but they're not going to get much done. Hero, can he recover? I mean, free damage. Let's go. Anti-air is limited. Again, the Spire was far later. Spire, I should say. As over time, here is building up Void Rays. High Templar production has begun. Storm is almost complete as well. Hero finding his army. Hero finds. Coming in for another backstab. Moves in, pulls away. I assumed the Spire was going to be for Corruptors, but no, we're going into Muta play. Interesting. I mean, there are no Blink Stalkers, true. Currently, at least, there are no Phoenixes either. There's only one Stargate. It's a little bit unorthodox, but it can work. As the Roaches are revealed, Rogue is moving in. At the same time, Mutas, I believe, have yet to be scouted. They're flying in on the left-hand side. Mutas, they move out. Roaches again picked a way out. Oh, do we get the High Templar? Gets one. Yeah, 1, 2. Cloak is activated. Nice pickups. Another Templar goes down. Oh, and even another. Yeah, some brutal pickups here. Catching up the Templar, diving further into the main base. At the same time, here he ignores. Yeah, he ignores the army, just goes across the map instead. Hero commits. Oof. And that's a lot of probes going down. Hero rallying into Lings. Throwing away a handful of Zealots. And how many High Templar are left? 3. Only 3 Templar. He doesn't have enough Storms. Yeah, here he does not have enough. He's forced to turn back around. Hero's in trouble. The Mutas, they excelled, and catching out that Templar was brutal. Catching out all the Templar, denying the push. 16 probes go down. These Mutas, they paid for themselves already. They paid for themselves. And here is being torn apart. He's being torn apart here. You can hear he almost recovered in this game. it was impressive. Despite the disastrous start. He was trying to get back into this, but at the same time now Rogue is maxed out. Diving further into the main and getting more damage. Takes down the cannon, more probe kills. There's one Phoenix, only one. And remember, Rogue, he has a ground army. He has a ground army as well. Gets another Templar. Oof. Just pulling Hero apart. Roach on the right, Lings on the left, Muse in the main. There's Zerg everywhere. Oof. Even forcing friendly fire. Rogue just overwhelming, and the Roach is going to be forced back, that is true, but he's still killed 35 probes and still doing more damage. The mothership. Oh, I will stand strong, never mind. Yeah, the mothership will hold its own. Zones away the mutas. Hero giving chase down to 37 workers, again, barely an economy. Nothing left in the main base, nothing at the fourth. There's no probes to kill. Getting 44 workers. Critical damage. And yeah, what can Hero do at this point? He can move out with everything he has. Just send it. But even then, the army just isn't there. Doesn't have the army he needs. He's down to 1 High Templar. 1 Templar. Soon to be 1 Storm. Means they catch out 2 more Oracles. Diving once again into the mineral line. Lings get a full surround. The 4th base will fall. And in the end, Hero was punished. Couldn't quite build up, couldn't quite tech up. Again, it was just a really rough start. And Hero did somewhat recover from that, as Hero had a very delayed 3rd base, Rogue also had a delayed 4th. But Hero was completely unprepared for the mutas. Completely unprepared. And Rogue, of course, had the freedom to build up into muta play. To build up, to tech up. Oh, we'll take a storm to the face. Commits anyway. Yeah, breaks through, snowballs out of control. As we flood into the mineral line once again, there's almost nothing left here. GG gets called, and Rogue, he will tie things up. We're going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Rogue, he will claim the win here. The reverse soul kill. The dream becoming a reality, takes down Hero, and now there's only 1 player left here for T1 ONSYDE. I mean, I say 1 player. They can only field 1 player. It's going to be either Shin or Zaun. Is Zaun even awake anymore? Is Zaun even awake anymore? As Rogue, he has forced Game 5, the final game of the series. Now, fun fact, if Rogue wins this game, then we're going to the ace match. What do I mean by that? Well, if you remember, T1 ONSYDE, they won the first series. They won the Pro League match, right? If T1 ONSYDE win the all-kill match as well, then they just win the series overall. If Hwaseung win this series, that means they're 1-1, right? Hwaseung, they won the all-kill, then T1 ONSYDE, they won the Pro League format. That means we're kind of tied 1-1 here, and it leads into 1 final Super Ace match, 1 final game here, a best of 1 to end the series. Oh boy. So we'll see if Rogue can force that Super Ace match. We'll see who is fielded. Again, Zaun or Shin. Now, Shin did defeat Rogue earlier in the broadcast in the Pro League format, but it was only 1 game. If you remember, sorry, he did 2-0. True. Shin, I don't know why, but for a moment there I thought that was tied 1-1, but no. Shin did 2-0 Rogue earlier. Did win twice in the Pro League format. Does he 3-0 Rogue tonight? Does he? Does Shin pop off? Shin. As we are getting the cameras ready. Un momento. Alright, getting it ready here. Beautiful. Okay. Oh, yo, we got the jersey going as well. We're all set up. There it is. Shin. He has risen once again. He's already taken on Rogue twice in tonight's broadcast. Can he 3-0 Rogue? Or will Rogue win when it matters most? The players are setting up. We're about to jump in. Here we go. Jumping into that fifth and final game of the series. As we just mentioned, if Shin wins this game, then Team T1 ONSYDE will claim the entire win here. If Rogue wins this game, then we're tied 1-1 and we are going to that super race match. If you remember, this format was used back in GSTL. If you remember, in that final series, Axiom and Azubu, they did go to that super race match. Innovation versus Supernova. I still remember it. I still remember Alicia's fan in the crowd, just freaking out. I say Alicia's fan. I believe it was like one of his close friends. But regardless, we're getting into this and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Rorschach. We have the red Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg representing Hwaseung on a win streak at the moment and one game away from claiming that reverse or kill. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player. The South Korean Zerg representing T1 ONSYDE. It is Shin. So he needs to claim this win here to win it all for his team. Let's go. Let us go. Welcome to Rorschach. Rorschach is a very small map in the map pool. Short rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored on this map. Speaking of aggression, we're going pool first. So pool first here out of Rogue. Not the craziest pool timing. There's no like 10 pool or like 11-12 or 12-11. Like there's nothing crazy like that going on here. But I'll go pool first nonetheless. Shin opens up hatch first. Let's go. So Shin, he will have the better economy coming into this, going for the earlier expansion. Rogue on the flip side is going for a safer build. We'll have Lings early on, but shouldn't really achieve too much with this here. So I do prefer Shin's position. Now, because Rogue is going for such a late gas geyser, it's going to be pool, hatch, gas out of Rogue. Because the gas is so late, this usually means that Rogue is going to be skipping Ling speed and walling off on two bases and playing into Roach play, getting into Roach play instead. That's typically how you do transition after, out of a pool first. Meanwhile, Shin, with an earlier gas, did go hatch gas. Sorry, I believe hatch pool gas. He went hatch pool gas. We'll be able to get into Ling speed and into a more standard Ling Bane early game. So I'm very curious to see what Rogue does with his gas income and how he opens up. We'll see if he gets Ling speed or not. So now again, we're joining, we're saturating. As I mentioned, Shin has the better economic early game. The hatchery here for Rogue is still not yet done. Sorry, less larva. Less economy. Speaking of Shin, we're backing up some resources here. Hello. Rogue, despite going for a later gas, Rogue does go into Ling speed and he does keep all three workers in gas. Meanwhile, Shin, despite going for the earlier gas geyser, no Ling speed. No Ling speed whatsoever. It's looking like either a faster Lair or faster Roach Warren. It's looking like two-base play. There it is. Jesus, that is a 3:16 Lair timing. Oh my god. Very fast Lair here out of Shin. This can lead into two-base Muta, of course. It can also lead into two-base Roach with Roach speed. But again, a very fast Lair. So Shin is walling off in two bases. Rogue getting his Eva Chamber, also walling off as well. Now, I will say that there's a very high chance that Rogue Ling floods. Remember that we spoke about how Ling speed here was very different. It caught me a little bit by surprise we were going to Ling speed. I'm curious where Rogue takes us, as he's also going for the Eva Chamber as well. Just for SimCity purposes, +1 carapace here out of Rogue will expand, will claim that third. Meanwhile, Shin, the lair is now done. He still has not thrown down a Roach Horn to wall off here, by the way. This is very greedy out of Shin to have a bit of a lackluster wall. Is going into two-base Muta, but here comes that Ling Flood. Lings are amassing. Remember, Ling speed was research for Rogue. And Shin, he will wall off. Okay, okay. Does the Roach Warren, does start the wall. Spire is on the way. Rogue is still amassing more Zerglings. And we'll see if this is worth it. There's no third base to shut down. Yeah, Lings, they move out across the map. Rogue, he just now sees the wall. Checks for the third. There is no third expansion, and these things could have been drones here. I mean, they can still come into play. We saw that out of Shin, if you recall, in game 1 between Shin and Rogue. As these things, they do at least contain Shin, and they can come into play later. At the same time, here we go. 7 mutas going to be on the way for Shin. Mutas are about to break out. Rogue has still yet to confirm. I mean, I say that Rogue sees a lair and he sees no research on the Roach Warren. Rogue knows, right? There should be Roach speed on the way. Without Roach speed here, screams mutas. Oh no, Miss Rally. Yeah, Rogue does Miss Rally, throwing away 3 drones. Ay, 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 yo, we gotta tighten up. We gotta lock in. I forgot to zoom on the players again. God damn it. I'm just not used to it. Mutas over gain map control. Behind us, we have the pits on the way. This should be for safety infestors. Lings are shut down. Shin has to blow away with his Zerglings. As he breaks out, he will claim a third base. A much later third expansion for Shin, but Shin has map control. Let's gain map control. Or at least he's trying to, I should say. Again, the map is very small. So Rogue, he does find a way across. We do see Shin, he is transitioning into a ground Roach Ravager army. Roach Speed is on the way, Lings as well. Sorry, Roach Speed, 1-1. Roach Speed is scouted, big scout. Rogue knows. Rogue is going to +1 melee? Wait, what? We'll get a couple of drone kills. Nice pick ups here out of Rogue. Gets 4 drones. Very nice. He's not done. We spoke earlier how all these Lings made earlier, I mean, they haven't really paid for themselves. Now they do. Yeah, 5, 6, 7 drones falling. Even getting a queen as well. Very nice damage. Very nice pickups. Still not done. Getting up to 9 drone kills. 9 drones go down. A very nice damage dealt here by Rogue. Shin still stumbling his way into the mid game. The presence of the mutas, they have not really gained the map control that Shin was hoping for. And we're building up the Roach Ravager. I'm a little bit perplexed as to why we have melee on the way here for Rogue, just because we are getting into a Roach Ravager composition, or a Roach heavy composition. Both players are. So Rogue is foregoing +1 range. Usually melee is researched if you're going from a more Ling heavy composition and Ling Bane heavy composition. Whether it's Ling Bane Muta or even Ling Bane Hydra, or if you're up against Hydras as well, true. So it is an odd choice. Oh my god, so the pit earlier I assumed was just for the infestation, but we're going into ultras. An adrenal. What the hell? I just assumed it was for infestors, but no, it was for a hive. It was for hive tech. This is crazy. This is expensive. Okay. I mean, now it makes sense why we go +1 melee, but I still don't necessarily agree with it. But like now that there's reason behind it. It looks like these roaches were only made just to supplement the army, not to commit into, so just a couple of supportive roaches, that's it. Mainly infestor to defend, to survive. And then switching into Ultra. Now, what is the strength of Ultras in this kind of position here? I mean, mutas, they take a long time to kill Ultras. Mutas are amazing when it comes to harassing and picking up some key high-tech units. Oh, gotta be careful. That's a lot of fungals. It's a lot of fungal growths. Muta's a spread. A nice microbial shroud. Saves the queens. Muta's have to get out of here. You just pull away. Shin defends back at home. He's pushing out with his Roach Ravager. Shin is maxed. And we spoke about this earlier. Rushing into ultras like this is very expensive. It's very expensive, and I'm not convinced that that it's gonna work out here. We'll see if it does. Fungal lands. Lings, they try to engage. Ultras aren't ready yet. Yeah, they're still not ready. Shin is pushing through, getting on top of the high-tech units, on top of the infestors. He's trying to at least, you know, take some massive fungals to the face, but doesn't matter. Again, the ultra has 2-1 upgrades. +2 carry place, +1 attack, no kindness waiting. Can transfuse, I guess, but I'm not convinced. We've got the 1 hero ultra. Let's go. No, it's going to be targeted. And it's going to be focused down. Oh my god. Clutch transfuse. The ultra survives. Okay. The ultra does survive. We'll lose the expansion though. Rogue is holding on, and kindness plating is now done. Finish kindness plating. Ooh, no spore. Yeah, no spores in position. Drone's going to be going down. Roaches they poke in. Oof. Mutas they come into play. They're still no, the ultra is going to go down. Yeah, it's going to get picked up. Only one ultra listed does fall. And again, it was really quirky and really interesting to see Rogue intentionally go +1 melee and rush into Hive and rush into ultras. It's something that I personally have never seen before. Like, we cost more StarCraft than anyone else out there, and I haven't seen Rogue do that before. That was crazy. And I hope I never see it again. GG. GG gets called. Shin, he'll claim the series. He'll take down Rogue 3 times tonight, and will claim the series 3-2. GG. Whew. GG, well played. I'm sure that game is going to be content. Shin, he's like, the hell is that? He's like, yo, this guy's crazy. He was trying to rush ultras? What the hell? Your correction, yeah, he is crazy. GG. GG, well played. Again, a very interesting reaction and interesting response there from Rogue. I could see an ultra rush like this working on a smaller map. Winding it back a little bit here and going into Rogue's decision making. The issue with trying to rush ultras on Rorschach, we brought this up at the beginning of the game, and time to wind it back to it. Rorschach has the shortest rush distance out of any map in the map pool. It's a very, very small map, from natural to natural, very short distance. So the idea of trying to rush into tech, regardless of what tech that is, and get away with it, it's much more difficult on this map. It's easier to punish. That's a better way of putting it. If we're on like Fear and Faith, or even Lockdown, some of these larger maps, then you have a little bit more breathing room, you have more time to respond, react, build up your army, get away with your upgrades, your tech as well. On a map like Rorschach, Shin punished, right? Shin, he came in and there was only, despite all the tech, only 1 ultra. There was only ever 1 ultralisk. Rogue needed more time, and Shin was very decisive with his play, very decisive with his aggression, came in and struck Rogue down before we could really see the build come to fruition. We didn't get to see the mass ultra that Rogue was trying to build up towards. GG. GG, well played. A crazy game. With that, congratulations to T1. Let's go. Let's catch up on the bracket itself. As you can see here, at T1 ONSYDE, they do claim the win. Maru, he did start with 2 wins, took down SOS, took down Cure. Rogue began the comeback, taking down Maru, and Hero almost pulled off the reverse all kill, but Shin knocks him down. And tonight, Shin, he dominated Rogue here in the all kill format, and in the Pro League format, remember, Shin, he also beat him twice there as well. So a very impressive showing here by Shin. He was a kryptonite for Rogue tonight. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Shin. With that, T1 ONSYDE, they will claim the win here and claim the series. They will defeat Team Hwaseung twice in the Pro League and all kill format. We're going to be going on a break. When we come back, we'll have Shopify versus Team NOGG. We'll see you soon after the break. We'll see you soon. welcome back everyone, welcome back to our second series of the broadcast. Welcome back here to, oh sorry, I have to change some of the overlays, but welcome back here to our second series. We just wrapped up with our first matchup, of course, with Team T1 ONSYDE versus Hwaseung. Now we have returned. We return here with the next matchup. It is going to be a best of 5 between who? Between Shopify and Team NOGG. Let's go. Let us go. As we are getting our players ready, we're getting our matchup underway. Just setting up the player cams. Setting up the player cams as we speak, but here we go. So again, we're going to be starting things off with the Pro League format. Heading on over here again, Shopify versus NOGG. We have our lineups prepared to start things off. BASILISK versus Clem. Let's go. We have BASILISK versus Clem in the first matchup, followed by Scarlet versus Solar in the ZVZ. So the mirror matchups, they continue. We have Lambo versus Percival in a ZVT, BASILISK versus Classic, and then Lambo versus Clem in the potential final game as well. In regards to the format, this is a Pro League format. What does that mean? That means that these lineups were announced to the players ahead of time. So they've had time to prepare for the players, prepare for their maps as well, and get things underway. On top of that, these are purely best of ones here. So BASILISK versus Clem is going to be best of 1, Scarlet versus Solar, Lambo versus Percival. Now after the first 3 matches, then you can start to reuse players or field another player as well. What I mean by that, Shopify have an initial player, Hwaseung. Hwaseung is also on Shopify, but Hwaseung looks like he's not playing tonight. Looks like he's unavailable, so Hwaseung will not be fielded. Instead, BASILISK is going to be reused in match number 4, and then in match 5, you cannot reuse another player that's already been fielded twice already, so they're going to be fielding Lambo for the second time. So BASILISK plays twice and Lambo plays twice as well. On the flip side of things, Classic, he's coming in as the 4th player against BASILISK, and then Clem is going to be reused in match number 5. Because again, Team NOGG also have a larger roster with Classic, Percival, Solar, and Clem. So they have all 4 of their players competing in their first 4 games, and then Clem will be reused in that final 5th ace match if we get there. Bearing in mind this is the best of 5, and we could see a 3-0. We could just we could see a 3-0 or a 3-1, or we could go the distance and go all the way to that final ace match. We'll see. We'll see here how we do unfold. Again, we're already halfway through the broadcast. We just wrapped up with the previous Team League match. Now we have Shopify versus NOGG. Bearing in mind, after this initial best of 5, we then have the all-kill format best of 5, where we already have the starting players. It is going to be BASILISK versus Percival. Just as a heads up. But it looks like we have... Looks like we have some technical issues, so we'll just be a moment. Just be a moment here. And also, Clem is flirting with the idea of playing Protoss. Curious. Definitely curious to see if Clem does play Protoss. If you're a little bit unaware, Clem, he's been playing PvT for over a year at this point. It's been over a year since what, 2024, December of 2024, so it's been a very, very long time since Clem has played a TVT, at least until this patch. Once the patch went live, once Protoss got changed, Clem stopped playing Protoss and went back to playing TVT. That has lasted like a month, maybe 2 months at this point, so Clem has gone back to playing Terran versus Terran, but he might be switching back to Protoss again. We'll see. I will say that Clem, his TVT is his worst matchup. I mean, he knows this as well. That's why he stopped playing it. It is his weakest matchup, and that's why he switched to Protoss to begin with. I don't know if he'll do it here again, though, as he's been a little bit indecisive about how he wants to approach versus Terran. Oh, let's go. Okay. So, again, looks like the issues are being resolved. We're getting there, we're getting there. Likewise, big shout out to Reynor, of course, for casting the event in Korean. Big shout out to Intel for sponsoring the event, and of course SOOP for organizing and hosting. Again, if you want to support this event, if you want to support this tournament, you can do so via the Patreon, patreon.com/GSL. I guess I should go over this now as well as we get into this. For those that are unaware, there is a Patreon, and through the Patreon, we've been able to fund GSL for the first 2 seasons, and we had the stretch goal for a 3rd season of GSL as well. Unfortunately, we didn't reach that goal, right? We did not reach that goal. Season 3 of GSL was not funded this year, which was really unfortunate. But because so much money, it's because we had almost gotten there. We got like halfway there-ish, like halfway to season 3 from season 2. Because of the progress that we had made, we had a bunch of funds available, and SOOP did decide to do what? They did decide to organize this event with those funds. Wasn't enough to fully fund a season 3 of GSL, but was enough to fund GSTL instead. So we still have fun events going on, whereas we otherwise would have had GSL instead. So thank you so much to all the patrons, right? To all the patrons, to all the supporters of the GSL. And if you want to support the GSL, then you can do so via that Patreon to help fund GSL coming into 2027, coming into future years, and potentially more seasons of GSL as well. So again, big shout out to the patrons as we are jumping into our first game of our fresh series. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have confirmation. Let's go. In the bottom left, we have the French Protoss player, not Terran. He is back to his main race, Cap. Typically he represents Team Liquid, but no, here tonight he's representing Team NOGG. It is Clem. Let's go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Shopify. It is Byan. Here we go, rocking that new Shopify jersey. True. Rocking that new jersey as we are getting into our TVP. As we just mentioned, in recent weeks, in recent months, ever since the patch dropped, Clem has been playing TVT again after so long. But now, for the first time in quite some time now, in around 6 weeks or so, Clem is now back to Protoss. We'll see how he does. I mean, and I don't blame him. Again, TVT has notoriously, historically, and even currently been his weakest matchup. But now switching back to Protoss, we'll see if this does have any success, if this bears fruit, as Byan does send his first SCV across the map. He does veer off the main scouting path. With this, Byan can go for the eBay block. So Byan, he can and will throw down the block, delays the expansion, and disrupts the opener. The real question is, Clem and the rest of the team, are we going to know GG? Are we going to be on brand? That's the real question. As Clem moves down, and will of course be delayed in his expansion. The first Zelda is already halfway done. Ideally, Byan wants to force the unnatural natural. He wants to force Clem to expand at the 3rd location instead. But with the help of the Zealots and with the extra boys being pulled, Clem, he will refuse to expand elsewhere and claim his natural. It's going to be delayed. It is a rough and shaky start for Clem, but at least he'll have a secure natural base. As eventually he will force a cancel. Behind this, Byan going for his own CC on the high ground. So high ground command center. There's that Nexus. The initial opener has been disrupted as Clem had to pull the boys. The Nexus is late, forced to make the Zealot as well. A nice start for Byan. Oh, hello. And behind this, we're going for a very fast 2nd Rax. No factory. And do we go into a 2-1-1 variation, into a 3-1-1, into a 3 Rax, into a 3rd CC? 3 racks is the answer. Okay, so Byan, he's going to double down here. We're going to 3 racks. We're going into a very strong, very hefty stim timing. With these extra racks here, early tech lab, early stim, early aggression, early bio push here out of Byan. The downside, of course, is lack of vision, lack of scouting. A more standard build would be opening up factory into starport, into, say, Widowmine drop to get some scouting information. Byan is going to be working with very, very limited information here, as Byan will see nothing in terms of scouting, in terms of tech. Speaking of tech, Clem is not playing standard. That is a Stargate opener. Okay. Clem does poke in. Clem does poke in with his Adepts. Again, going for the Stargate, going for a Phoenix-based opener. So I was talking about how Bjorn, he has no vision, he has no scouting, and he doesn't know what's coming his way. I will say that traditionally, 3-rack Stim will overwhelm a Phoenix opener. Opening up Stargate into Phoenixes, this is ideal when it comes to defending against drops. We just spoke about the idea of opening up 1-1-1 into a Widowmine drop, or into a Hellion drop, or a Hellion Harass, or even into something of that nature, even Banshee play, for example. Well, Phoenixes will shut that down. They will shut that down. They'll shut down the Medivac, shut down the Banshees. Instead, by going into Mass Marine, Phoenixes, what are they going to do? Lift up one Marine at a time? There's going to be so many of them. I'm concerned here for Clem. I'm concerned. Head up to shade in, does scout all the Marines. Clem knows. He's now aware. Now, something that Clem can do with these Phoenixes is harass. Like, bypass the Marines, hit the mineral lines, pick off some SCVs, and keep Bjorn busy at home and contain Bjorn. That is true. We'll see how this all does come together here. Now, thankfully, Clem did scout, so he's getting ready here back at home. Battery on the high ground, setting up his units, not expanding, staying defensive on 2 bases. Bjorn does move out, and does he have enough to break through? It's going to be close. It is going to be close here. Again, thankfully, because Clem is aware of what's going on, he is in position. He's ready here at the ramp. Has the high ground advantage. Phoenixes, they will go for the counterattack. They won't be at home to defend. Here comes the Stim. He does rush in. Diving the main army. Stalker goes down. Takes down the Stalker. Takes down the initial Adept. There's the NG overcharge. Phoenixes are racing back home, but the Gateway army is going to crumble. But do we have enough Marines? I think not. Yeah, not enough Marines left over. Phoenixes, they pick up all the Marines, the Marauders as well. Bjorn, he shouldn't get much more damage here. He does get into the mineral line. He gets 1, 2, 3 probes. 4? 3. 3 probe kills. Clem holds. Clem, he does hold on. Again, Bjorn just did not have enough Marines left over to deal with the Phoenixes. And from here, Bjorn didn't really do much economic damage. He did contain at least, right? Because of the threat of the 3-racks, Clem's third base is very late. It's a much later third. Phoenix is going to be zoned away. And so far, Bjorn is holding. The Phoenixes have yet to deal any real economic damage. Bjorn building up on 2 bases, now into +1, into Medivac production. And we'll see if the aggression continues from Bjorn, and how it continues. Meanwhile, Clem is trying to stabilize. Again, trying to build up into 3 bases. We do have the Twilight Council on the way into Blink Stalkers, into a more robust gateway composition. Oh, my apologies. I should also switch up the frames. There we go. It's better. Just change the colors of the webcam frames. Hopefully they don't switch up too much on us. Hopefully. So here comes Bjorn's second push. Behind this, Bjorn is taking a 3rd TC. He is expanding. But there's still a lot of pressure on Bjorn to find some damage with this. Clem is controlling those Phoenix as well. Does pull back, does pull away. So far, Clem is slightly out of position. We do pick off a Pylon. Pylon goes down. Mine shot here on the Zealot. No major connections here, and Clem, you will defend. He holds. It did cost Clem a lot of force fields, but will hold on to the 3rd to flex the main army. Behind this, Bjorn can now claim his 3rd base, and we are entering the mid-game. Okay. We're getting into the mid-game here. Bjorn at the same time does go for a backstab. Can he force a cancel? Ooh, close. Catching a Phoenix, but the base will survive. Beyond, he responds with the rest of his army, bearing in mind this base is now very low on HP. And Beyond, he wants that fourth. Wants a fourth expansion. Starting back Clem. Bearing in mind there's no splash damage, not yet. No Storm, no Archons. Colossal production has begun. And Beyond, can he break through? There are so many Stalkers though. Yeah, better concave here for Clem. Cleans up most of the Marines. The Immortal just dishing out damage here in the back line, and Clem is holding. Clem is holding on. He's surviving. Oh. We'll take a match to the face, but again, Beyond, he's running out of steam. He's running out of steam, running out of reinforcements. The aggression here has not been worth it. Heavy losses for Beyond. Gotta be forced back. And now we have Colossus. Now Clem has Colossi. Oh, they have arrived. Beyond forced back home, now taking up. Liberator production has begun into the Academy, into Ghosts. Taking on into Ghosts. Building up from here. I would say there's still a lot of pressure on Beyond. Again, he's been very aggressive this game so far, and the aggression continues. The moment that he stops, Clem is going to stumble out of control. So Beyond, he has to keep pushing. Oh. I'm trying to keep up. Again, a little bit late to do so. Mine shall say pop off. Zell say tank, the mines are going down. And can we get on top Liberators? Gets one. And one Liberator goes down. Not many Zells left over here, not much of a buffer, but the army is very low. Yeah, the army is very low, it's very stimmed. The Marauder count is high. But Beyond cannot close that distance. Yeah, cannot close it, we'll lose the final Liberator. Beyond getting bullied back. The Colossus, they still reign supreme. The laser's back. The Colossus. And behind this, Beyond throws down a second starport. So double starport, mass Viking production. Beyond finally is now going to begin Vikings to have a much more secure solution here to the problem that is the Colossus. So building up his Vikings, we've reached 3, soon to be 4 Colossus. Oh, that's a bit much. Now, the issue with going to a high Colossus count like this, one, there's a lot of overkill when you get into 4 Colossus, but also you're forcing a reaction. You're forcing out all these Vikings. Soon we should be seeing Clem transition into Disruptors to have some splash damage that isn't reliant on something that's vulnerable against units in the sky, against the Vikings. But Clem might just have too much momentum anyway. It might not matter. Clem is maxed. Clem is maxed out. We mentioned earlier that Beyond, he's been so aggressive this game and he's failed to get damage. Beyond is behind. Oof. In terms of army, does have plenty of Ghosts, does have EMPs. But Beyond cannot keep up. So far he's got 5 Vikings, making 4 at a time. Does collapse in, does pull the boys. Yeah, boys are being pulled. SCV's going to be going down. He does get 1 Colossus, mate. No, not even. Not even. The Colossus, they stand strong. Down to 1 Viking. Getting up to 2. There we go. Gets a Colossus. Uh oh. Takes down 1, takes down another. Massive stim. 1 Colossus remains. Heavy losses for Clem. But it may not matter. It may not matter here as the final Colossus is going to go down. At the same time, we have Zealot reinforcements. Clem trying to rally. Reinforcements have been delayed here. Yeah, they have been delayed. Beyond is barely able to hold on. We weren't rallying Colossus either. True. So limited splash damage. Clem's production is being choked up. It's being choked up here. And Beyond holds. He holds, he survives, claiming a 4th base. BASILISK is still on the back foot, but he's surviving, Pappy. He's surviving. He's holding on. Clan behind this is taking more bases, taking more expansions. This mass vanilla gateway style here, it's something that Trigger has been trying out and has been a little bit more fond of as of late. I know that Trigger and Clem are very good friends. When it comes to here in the late game, it does mean that your reinforcements are arriving a little bit later instead of like your bam, like your faster warp-ins across the map in the face of your opponent to like strike and hit then and there. Instead, you have to just wait for the rally. So it has been giving BASILISK a little bit more time to breathe. Has been giving him time. At the same time, DT is able to into the mineral lines. 4 SCV kills so far. Not bad. Disrupting the economy. Clem going into this more swarm toss style here of mass zealots. Did not switch into disruptors. Uh oh, mass EMP. And is this going to hurt Clem in the long run here? The Viking count is still quite low. Yeah, there's still not that many Vikings. So it is still okay. DT does waddle pass into the natural. 13 SCV kills. Clem is getting out of hand. Catching up 13 SCVs. BASILISK does catch another Colossus. The Vikings, they go ham. They're going to get the same Colossus as well. Zealots, can they punish? They do. Yeah, they collapse on the Marauders here. The Zealots, they go to town. The Marauders, they go down. Ghosts are exposed. Boys are being pulled. Desperation here by BASILISK. Barely save the Ghosts. Whew. Does save the Ghosts. I guess another Colossus. Yeah, one more volley and the Colossus barely pulls away. Oh god. Barely does. Barely holding on against some very messy engagements here from both players. Like Clem barely didn't have enough to break through, but still has been forcing more boys to be pulled, more SCVs going down. It's still been a more desperation hold here from BASILISK. The ways to reinforcements have been very messy. There we go. You can see that Clem was banking 2,000 minerals, and now finally we have our warp gates. This is kind of what we were waiting for. Warp gates have morphed in. We need to spend our money. Clem has been missing warp-ins. Oh, I say missing warp-ins, I think he was waiting for the gateways to morph into warp gates themselves. But the production has been very messy here for Clem. The macro, I should say, has been messy. That's a better way of putting it. Has been messy. Now rotates over. Wait, have we been doing this all off of one robo? Okay, there's two. third robo's on the way. That should help. As Clem is mass expanding, taking more bases. He's up against only 2 Vikings. Again, still the Viking count is quite low for BASILISK. It's less on BASILISK though, just because his economy has been so lackluster this game. BASILISK's been hanging on for a thread for the past, what, 5+ minutes? It's been barely holding on. But it's just been surviving. That's EMP. EMP lands. Vikings, they will catch one Colossus. Zealots, they do collapse into the mineral line. More SCV's going to be going down. Mainly just workers there. And the Vikings. And backs off, pulls away. So now does warp in. Once again, warps in back at home. And BASILISK just has not been able to build up. He's not been allowed to. Oh, free Colossus. Sniper free Colossus. I'm looking for another way in. Zealot Runway does hit the 3rd base. Beyond out of position. SBs are going down, and GG. GG gets called. There's no final fight as Clem, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Clem, he will take a lead here in the series. He will take a lead, and again, it was still a very messy game is what I will say. It was very messy, but in the end, Clem, he was still at the advantage, bearing in mind that it was Beyond being hyper aggressive, very in the face of Clem, trying to break him early on with the initial 3 racks and then the follow-up as well. I would say that the turn started at the table when Beyond pushed into the 4th base and failed to break the 4th, if you recall. Did fail to do so. When that happened, Clem was able to build up his Colossus and then kind of take it from there. Beyond, he was barely hanging on for the majority of that game, and it was impressive that he was surviving every time, but he never quite was able to build up his army to a comparable degree like Clem's forces. Never quite got there. Another factor as well, which led into a longer game, is that Clem's production again was a little bit shaky. Was a little bit shaky when it came to reinforcing and producing more Colossus and bringing in more Zealots. So that did create these kind of lulls in the game that Clem had to back off and then slowly build back up. It did allow again for Beyond to hang in a little bit longer, but by no means was Beyond at an advantage for almost the entire game. Like it was brutal. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting ready for our next matchup. Once again, let's head on over here to our lineup. Again, Pro League format, no GG versus Shopify. Up next will be a ZVZ between Scarlet and Solar. Let's go. Let us go. As we do need to set up the webcams, so we do need a moment. We need a moment here. Oh, catch him in the chat. Gah, baby, gah. Catch him. Good to see you. Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos. But yeah, so settings are going to be, so cameras are going to be on, being set up. They're going to be on the way. Once again, those who mentioned, it's going to be Scarlet versus Solar. It's going to be on Fear and Faith. We then have Lambo versus Percival, and then Beyond versus Classic, followed by Lambo and Clem if we get that far. Personally, I would hope to see a back and forth here, but the pressure is going to be on Shopify to begin that comeback. God. So we're getting the cameras ready here, and there we go. Just getting Solar's camera set up. Solar. Oh god.
병신이랑 무슨 빨모하고 있네.
I know, Solar, turn off the mic. We can hear you.
Okay.
Okay. There we go. Beautiful. God, this is the solar ASMR. I don't know if you could hear that was. Can just set up the cameras, but here we go. Looks like the players are ready. The cameras are set, and we're jumping into our second matchup. Let's go. Let us go. Beautiful. As we do have that RNG factor coming to play here in that ZVZ. In terms of the 4-player spawn map, let's go. Let's drop in. As spawning in the top right-hand corner here of Fear and Faith, we have the blue Zerg player, the South Korean Zerg, representing Team NOGG. It is Solar. Where's the doggo? Where's the doggo? And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have... bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player, the Canadian Zerg representing Shopify. It is Scarlet. Here we go. We're jumping into our second game here of the series. Shout out to Scarlet, by the way, as I know it's quite late over in the land of Canada. This event is at a more Korean/European friendly time zone or time slot. I know it's quite, I say late, it's quite early in the Americas, whether it's in the US, Canada, Latino America as well. So very, very early in the morning. So big shout out to Scott for being able to wake up and take part. I can say, you know, I mean, hey, more than I can say for Hearthstone. Just saying. True. Hearthstone. Aye. Regardless, we're going to be opening up here. And we do have close spawns, by the way. Close spawns on Fear and Faith at top right and bottom right is going to be close spawns. As a result, our players are going to be... we typically expect more aggression here, as again, we have a shorter rush distance by ground. We'll see how we open up. So far, hatch first out of both Scarlet and Solar. It's going to be hatch gas pool. So far, so good. So standard economic openers here out of both players. Scarlet will find the expansion here of Solar. Likewise, Solar doing the same. They both scout each other. They both confirm. Now from here, playing on two bases is much more viable. The reasoning for this is because we have a ramp coming into the natural, so your natural base is much more secure. You can wall off, you can seal this off and defend on two bases that much easier. So going to two base roach or even two base lair and two base muta is a possibility here, is an option, a viable option for our players. We'll keep an eye on that. So players are going to be joining, going to be saturating, claiming their gases, pulling in, and from here we'll see if we invest into link speed. There it is. Link speed is on the way for Solar. Link speed should also be on the way for Scarlet as well. In terms of pulling out, Solar stays in. Okay, so we have 3 workers still mining gas. Meanwhile, Scarlet, no link speed. We have over 100 gas here. No link speed, so Scarlet looks like is opting to play 2 base. We just mentioned that 2 base play is much more viable, is much more feasible here on Fear and Faith due to the ramp, due to the choke point coming into the natural base. From here, we're expecting a faster lair, and there it is. It's going to be a 3:13 lair timing out of Scarlet. Scarlet going for the lair. From here, we can go into 2 base roach or 2 base muta. Eyes are on Scarlet. Evo Chamber is going to be thrown down. Behind this, Solar to go for a very early Evo Chamber, by the way. So early Chamber, early upgrades, early +1 carapace. This can lead into a Ling Roach all-in, by the way. The Solar special. He's very, very fond and did popularize going for the +1 carapace all-in. Not saying that will be the case, but it's going to be an option for Solar. As Scarlet is fully walling up here at the natural. Solar checking for the 3rd base with the Overlord, is fully aware that there is no 3rd base in sight. Solar claiming his own. Solar will have the better economy, that is true. But what does Scarlet have? +1 carapace on the way. Roach Warren as well. Lair is about to finish. And what's it for? Due to the carapace. Oh, the Ling! That should not have happened. Solar does slip into the main base. Does not get into the main, though. Just barely. Scarlet will deny the scout. Solar does not see the lair timing. Not yet. And with that lair, we're going into Roach speed. Roach Warren is almost complete. And we are. Okay, so Roach Speed is on the way. Scarlet is going to double down going into Roach Ravager or going into Roach. Not going for Mutas. And Solar confirms. Yeah, Big Scout Solar just saw the researching buildings. Is aware of Roach Speed. Roach production has begun for Scarlet. And we're expecting Scarlet to commit with this. On the flip side, Solar joining. Solar joining, saturating, claiming gases. Of course, Solar's Lings are out here to see any kind of move out to support the main push. Roaches are confirmed. And back at home, Solar does begin his own Roach production. So Roaches are amassing back at home. Scarlet is committing. Again, Scarlet will be hitting with Carapace and a plus and speed. What's a +1? So Carapace and speed is on the way. And it's all or nothing for Scarlet. She's all in. She's all in. Solar back at home. Has Solar been too greedy? Now, Solar did drone up to 44. A very low drone count here for Solar. Did not over drone. Queens are all coming together here. We're going to be lacking injections, but we do have them here to defend on the front lines. So extra DPS. The longer this game goes on, the better it is for Solar. Massing on more Roaches, faster reinforcements as well. We see Scarlet staying up with the Creep Highway. A very nice setup. The Queens have also arrived as well. They have Transfuse. They have energy. Oh, one Queen almost goes down. Yeah, Lee's aiming from behind. They force Transfuse early on. Oh my god, very nice actually. Yeah, the Queens, they force a Transfuse. And the Queens barely do survive. Scarlet pushing further in. But now there's a concave. Now there's a concave of Roaches. Solar does have an equivalent Roach count plus Queens. And Scarlet doesn't have enough. As I mentioned before, again, as time goes on, Solar has that better economy, has extra larva as well with the extra hatchery, and is outpacing Scarlet. He's outscaling. A better way of putting it. Nice time of the Overlord. Supply blocking Solar, okay. Solar supply blocks. Roaches they attempt to counterattack, but there are Roaches in position for Solar. Solar defends. Oh, gets a Queen. Bit of miscontrol out there out of Scarlet. Bit of miscontrol. Like I say, catch a Roach. Scarlet forced to expand. A very late third base here for Scarlet. But this, essentially Scarlet admits that she cannot break through. She cannot break Solar. It's not going to happen. We're going to try to transition out of this into a third. And Solar won't counterattack until we get Roach Speed. Roach Speed is still in the way. Oh. Doesn't engage with the army there. Gets a Ravager. Very nice. Ravager goes down. Oh. I'll say grades the army. Solar committing in and collapsing on top of the Queens. Yeah, 1, 2 Queens going to be falling. Getting a little bit messy towards the end. Uh-oh. Yeah, a little bit messy here with reinforcements. Scarlet does take down the Ravagers. Will collapse on the Roaches. Better fight for Scarlet. And across the map, drones. 5 drones go down. Massive counterattack as well. Very nice run by. And Solar's falling apart. Solar had this in the bag. He had it in the bag here, but Solar was a little bit too ambitious, a little bit too aggressive. Just had to wait for the upgrades to kick in. And Solar pushed out too soon, too early. Lost all the Roaches, and with that, Scarlet is looking to make a series out of this and fight back for Shopify. Whew, hi. Again, things are looking bleak, but GG gets called, and Scarlet takes down Solar and puts a point on the board for Shopify Rebellion. GG. Okay. GG, well played. Scarlet will fight back. We'll put a point on the board. Okay. Sorry, I just switched to the wrong scene before that. So, but GG well played. With that, we have a back and forth here. Again, Solo was defending really well. Was defending very, very nicely, very well. As soon as we saw the third base from Scarlet, things were looking bleak. It was like, oh, the aggression, the all-in has failed. And now Scarlet has to transition out and start to drone and start to saturate and start to catch up. But last Solar, as we mentioned, we expected Solar to wait until roach speed to push. But no, Solar, he went a little bit earlier instead. Still didn't have the high roach count that he needed. Some overconfidence out of Solar. And as Solar moved out, was caught with the concave. With reinforcements, was caught out. On top of that, very nice counterattack and backstab at a Scarlet to hit the third base at the same time, cripple the economy, and snowball out of control. GG. GG well played. And with that, we have our back and forth, and we're getting ready here for our next matchup. Let's go. Up next is going to be Lambo versus Percival. So we're tied up 1-1. This is to determine who will take a lead in this best of 5. Who will take a lead? As our players are getting ready, and once again, it'll take us a moment here to get our cameras up and running as well, so bear with us. Bear with us. Whew. Unexpected win. Well, again, like it was a nice recovery there from Scarlet's, and I would also add on to that as well, like some overconfidence out of Solar, because Solar did successfully defend, right? Did successfully defend, but just was a little bit too ambitious, just a little bit too cavalier with pushing out. As we are getting our cameras ready to go. Un momento. Oh my god, we're embracing the darkness. Percival. And again, the series can still go either way. I actually don't know who to favor here between Lambo and Percival, mainly because Lambo, he doesn't really play in many tournaments. He doesn't really play in many open cups. So I can't really speak with too much confidence as to Lambo's current form and current state in ZVT. We'll see. We shall see. I know that Percival's been very impressive. Percival, he's been defeating all of the top Korean Zerg players on a much more regular basis, referring to Solar and Shin. It's been very impressive. Very impressive. And so we're getting ready here for game number 3. Beautiful. Okay. Okay, we are good to go, and we're going to be loading into Rainfall. Rainfall, a very small map of the map pool, a much smaller map of the map pool. Aggression is more favored here, and we'll see who is going to be the aggressor. Once again, to apologize, we're just setting up the cameras and getting the players ready. So a little bit distracted, but now we can jump in. We can jump into our game, jump into our matchup, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Rainfall, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team NOGG. It is Percival. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the German Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. Here we go. As currently we're tied up 1-1, and we're here to determine who will take a lead in this series. Will it be Shopify? Will it be NOGG? We're here to find out. We're here to find out as we are going to be opening up. And again, welcome to Rainfall. Rainfall is a much smaller map. The map pool, shorter rush distance by ground. Aggression here is favored, and typically we do expect, we do favor aggressive Terrans here on Rainfall. Percival, speaking of, has been very aggressive as of late. When it comes to Percival's TVZ, he's been improving so much over the past year. Again, last year, 2025, Percival, his best match was TVP, and he could threaten the top Protoss players in the world, for sure, 100%. Coming into this year, though, Percival, he has now been improving heavily in terms of TVT. We've been seeing Percival defeat players like Bjorn and Cure on a much more regular basis, so very impressive growth in TVT. And in regards to TVZ, he's also been defeating players like Solar and Shin on a much more regular basis as well. It's been amazing to see Percival's growth as a player, specifically in 2026. Over the past couple of months, he has been closing that gap in skill with himself and the other top Koreans. For a long time, Percival, he was more of an up-and-comer, and I guess technically he still is the up-and-comer, but again, the gap in skill here is much smaller than it used to be. Much smaller. And he's been causing more and more upsets. On the flip side, Lambo, of course, he's a very methodical player, very analytical. He loves this kind of Pro League format, as he's given time to prepare and analyze his opponents and prepare for his opponent as well. So I'm curious to see what Lambo has taken away from Percival's style. As I mentioned previously, Percival, he's a very active player in the mid game, very active, referring to drop play and micro and aggression. I'll say that Percival has some of the best micro out there. He's just very attentive to his units, to his drops, when he's locked in, of course. When he's locked in, he's locked in. We'll see. We'll see how Solo will keep up. We'll see if I can keep up. We'll see if I can handle the problem that is Percival. For now, droning, saturating, we do have a link speed on the way. Pulls out of gas, nothing crazy, just building up on 2 bases, slowly taking a 3rd base as well. When it comes to Percival, what's important here is that Percival has been cutting corners. If you notice, Percival, no SCV scout. 0 SCV scout, not just that, no Reaper scout either. Skip the Worker, skip the Reaper as well, so Percival is being quite greedy here on Rainfall. Does mean that he has no information. If there was, say, continued gas mining, early pull into early Roach, into like a Roach all-in or some early aggression, Percival, he would have no idea what is going on. Oh, as he's going for a 1-1-1. Okay. He's going for the 1-1-1. If you remember, Maru went for the same opener on this map previously. Oh, okay. If you remember, previously we featured Maru versus Rogue, where Maru, he went for a 1-1-1 opener into a 3-1-1 follow-up into hyper aggression on 2 bases, basically a 2-base all-in. Maru did get a 3rd CC behind his push, but it was a non-factor. And in the end, Maru's aggression and all-in failed. He broke the 4th base, but Rogue just built up, surround, collapsed on the army, just snowballed out of control. So far, Percival's setup here is very similar. By opening up Hellion Banshee, and even investing into Cloak as well. Likewise, is going for a delayed 3rd CC, getting a 2nd and 3rd racks. So once again, very dedicated to base play, very dedicated. If you recall, Maru, he also went for a singular eBay to hit with +1. Maru threw down the eBay here behind the mineral line, got into +1, and then went with his all-in. We'll see how Percival sets up. As Hellions, they just poke in, they poke, they prod. Nothing crazy. Lambo droning, saturating, back at home, is going lair first. I believe that is a lair before Eva Chambers and before Bailing Nest as well. The earlier lair does mean we can get directly into Bailing speed as soon as the nest is done, and also it leads into an earlier Overseer scout as well. For defensive Overseers and of course offensive Overseers as well. Link pokes in, 3rd CC gets run down. Now this is a faster 3rd base than Maru. So again, Maru went for a 2-base all-in here, much faster 3rd expansion. There's no early eBay and +1. This is a much more macro oriented build here by Percival. It's still very dedicated on 2 bases. It's still aggressive, don't get me wrong, but nowhere near as committed as Maru's build. Just comparing the TVZs on the same map from earlier in the broadcast. So we'll see what Percival can get done. Just poking, prodding. Back enemy does begin tank production. So far just catching a couple of tumors. Banshees, they meet up, they make their way into the bases. Spores ready at the third, and the Spores ready in the main as well. Spores are in position. And first of all, he shouldn't get too much done here. Gets one, two. Two drones going down. Now going for a double drop follow-up. Again, these reinforcements are going to be hitting a little bit faster than a regular build. Meanwhile, oh my god, she barely pulls away. Whew, does survive. But again, Percival taking a lot of hits on those Banshees. Does back off, does rotate at the same time. Hellions, they poke in towards the fourth base. But no real damage is done. And again, so far the name of the game is still Lambo defending, surviving. We'll lose a queen. A two. Wow, 1, 2 queens go down. No chance fuse, catching at the areas here as well. Nice damage here so far to Percival. Yeah, very nice damage. Percival does pull away. Pulls away, now reinforcement with the main army. Here come the tanks, here come the reinforcements. Forced to pick up, but oh, does overextend. Lambo bleeding out more Lings. Yeah, Lings are bleeding out. Behind this, Baneling production has begun. Remember, Baneling speed is complete, is ready for this. But Lambo has lost too much. As Percival, he wants that third. He wants that third base. Rocks are knocked down. Tanks are in position. We do see Lambo trying to catch reinforcements. He does overextend, but will catch them. He does pick up reinforcements. Banelings, they roll in. Shows the tank firing. Ooh, does focus on the Banelings. And will focus them down. The older Banelings, they go down. We stim out of control here. Percival, he breaks through. He has done it. He has broken the third. Rushes on forward. The hatchery is under fire. Lambo, he has to engage. He has to try. He has to commit. Oh, the Banelings. Yeah, the base still goes down. The Banelings, they will not connect. And Percival, this is getting out of hand. It's getting too much. He will lose all the tanks, that is true, but did lose the base. And Percival is not done. Dropping into the main. He drops into the main base. Banelings, they do connect with some of the Marines. Okay, a little bit messy. Messy out of Percival. Whew, and Lambo holds. Lambo, he's holding on. He's surviving. Oh, God, we'll lose another queen. May have lost the expansion, but I believe Lambo saved the drones. You can see here Lambo only losing 3 workers, so he did save the expansion. Drones, they transferred to the 4th base. Now the new 3rd. Lambo double expanding, claiming his backup 4th and now 5th expansion as well. And Percival, he needs more done. He needs to get more damage done here. He started the ball rolling, but he has to keep going. I don't think he can. Percival, he's running out of steam. Just running out of steam here. Oh my god. Almost losing a full medevac. Tank goes down. Drop back into the main base. Lambo is out of position. And Percival does find damage in the main. True. Oh my god. Oh god, the Hellbat shots. Nice pick off, nice trades. Percival pulls away. And he's got to keep going. Again, if he waits too long, the Lambo, he will not just stabilize, he will snowball out of control. As Lambo is building up his Lingbane Hydra, he's banking 1,000 minerals as well. He can soon spend it. A big part of this is Lambo, he was bleeding out queens. Like, a lot of queens were going down earlier, so he has to rebuild his queens, get his injections up and running. And then he can spend. Yeah, speaking of, he collapses on the Marines. Oh, a little bit messy. A little bit messy, but the Marines do fall. Forced to pick up. Takes down the tank. Keeps on going. Oh, no, the Marines! No, their reaction. Percival, he was distracted. He was distracted, dropping into the main base. He does kill 11 drones. A lot of workers are going down, but he will lose the main army. This is getting out of hand there. 21? 22? 22 drone kills. Is this worth it? I mean, again, this is crippling damage here. The Banshees, they come in as well. The Freedom, the Liberation, and the Banshees as well. They're just popping off. Lambo's being torn apart. Oh my god. 30 drone kills. Banshees are still being active. The Liberators, they finally go down. But the Banshees aren't done. It's 32. 32 drones. That's insane. Oh my god. And Lambo, he was defending beautifully, by the way. Like, Lambo, he was keeping up with the army. He was getting surrounds, catching out the Marines. He was holding, he was defending, he was stabilizing. The initial push only killed 3 drones, but now suddenly 32. With the Banshees, they're still popping off. Oh my god. Finally, they go down. Oh, did I speak too soon? Oh. Over the Spore. There we go. One Banshee finally falls. So here comes the main army. Momentum is on Percival's side. He's got the momentum. Oh, still pushing on the creep though. God, that's a lot of tanks, but they're all isolated. Yeah, tanks are on their own. Heavy losses here. 3 tanks going to be going down. 4 tanks even. Takes down 4 tanks. Oh, the Banelings, they connect. And Banelings, they connect as well. Percival getting a little bit sloppy here, getting a little bit over eager. Plays out a lot of units here in the push. We're getting messy. We're getting messy, papi. Economically, Lambo, he's recovering. Getting up to 97 drones. Sorry, 79. What to say? 79 drones. Getting up to 80. The creep is still not ideal, though. Oh. Ooh, as Percival gets caught. Yeah, he gets caught out. Once again, Percival here extends on creep. Plays out Marines, losing more tanks. As 1 or 2 tanks are going to go down. Percival, though, he still does rally, and Lambo is at his turn to overextend. Trying to collapse on the bio. Tanks are unsieged. Lambo barely holding on. Behind this, the Hive is now done. A 3-3 is on the way for Lambo. Again, he is stabilizing. Behind this, what's important, because of all this aggression and at times over-aggression out of Percival, he's now mass expanding. You can see here we have CCs being thrown down. Percival, not just mass expanding, but the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th base for Percival have been untouched. Right? Percival, he has not been losing SCVs. Lambo hasn't had a chance to be aggressive. He's been stuck at home. Lambo has been contained, and Percival, his economy is booming. As he throws down all the command centers. Yeah, they are much cheaper now. Throws them all down. First, we're starting to outscale the Zerg. Lambo trying to collapse in. Does get a ghost. And it takes down a ghost. Gets on one of the tanks as well. And Lambo will clean up. We're going to keep going. We're going to keep going here. Takes down 2 more reinforcing tanks. Getting on top of the Liberators. We'll bring them both down. Again, not a bad cleanup out of Lambo, but Percival, he's still going. He's not stopping. He's crazy, papi. But again, a big reason for this aggression is because he's just not giving Lambo the opportunity to counterattack. The moment that Percival stops pushing, it does give the opportunity for Lambo to start to push into the 4th, the 5th, the 6th base. To hit the mineral lines, hit the economy. So Percival's got to keep the pressure up. Bleeding out 2 more tanks. Expensive losses for Percival. Yeah, bleeding out 2, 3 more tanks. Banelings, not the most efficient usage of Banelings, but does get a ghost. And another tank. Oh my god. Resets the tank count. Oh, but Lambo throws away the Hydras as well. Yeah, they overextend. Heavy losses there for Lambo, throwing away so many Hydras. Yeah, 7 Hydras go down. We have 3 left. 4 remaining. The Hydras are expensive. They are expensive here. Three is almost done for Lambo. It's about to kick in. Now that Percival backs off, hey, we get a counterattack. Lings. They get into the mineral line. That's a lot of SCVs going to be going down. 6 workers, not bad. Not a bad run by. Oh, Percival, the rally. Rallies into the Hydras. Lambo stabilizing. Lambo's being given time to breathe. And going for the counterattack. He does not quite get the tank. Takes down the center tower. At the same time, Percival does knock down the center base. 7 drone kills as Percival drops in bottom left. Barely gets away. Does barely pull out. As the drone kills continue. Gets Queen. Oh my god, yeah, Queen goes down. More drone kills as well, getting him to 13, 14, 15 drones. Ay, ay, ay. Distracting Lambo, keeping the pressure up. Behind this fusion core is on the way. That should be for limited range. And Percival has been building up his ghost counts. We have 16 ghosts. Oh my god. And we're reaching kind of like the late game here of Terran with walls with SimCity, tank lines, planetaries, mass ghost. And bearing in mind that the ghost now has been reduced in supply, so now you can make additional and more ghosts than you used to. You can mass them up. Percival, he's almost there. And Lambo is being left behind. Lambo, he's stuck with a very mid-tier army. Linkbane Hydra can be a good composition. It can still have weights in a longer game, but only if we can knock down bases. If we can start to deny expansions and knock down the economy of the Terran, then this is fine. Otherwise, we have to transition. Oh! And catching up some Marines. Forcing the pickup. Reality is Percival, he does have a much superior, much more efficient army. Lambo's getting ready for it, going for the Spire. Might be thinking about Brewlord Infestor. But we are a ways away from that. I mean, Infestors are slowly being incorporated, but again, will take some time. Lambo collapsing in. Catching our Marines. Getting a tank as well, not bad. Ghost, they just now move in. And I seem to be with a Ghost. Oh. Jesus. And Lambo, he just evacuates, gives up on the base, at the same time does backstab, does counterattack. Ravens get into the mineral line. Very nice. And the planetary falls. Yeah, massive pickup. Planetary goes down. We chase down some of the SCVs. 10 workers going down. At the same time, Percival, he also wants the northern base. We're trading bases. No detection? No shot. No detection. The ghosts, they're invisible. The invisible man. At the same time, though, the Lings, yeah, they don't just get the planetary, they get another mineral line. 37 SCV kills. This is critical damage. 40 SCVs going down. This should never have happened. Again, Percival, he had a very nice fight across the map. He does kill an expansion, that is true, but Percival, he was very inattentive back at home. Oh my god, just around. Catching out some of the ghosts. That was how many? That was 5 ghosts going down. Heavy losses there for Percival. Losing a base, losing the economy. And remember, the SOOP is lying to you here. Percival, he is technically up in supply, but Lambo has the bank. He has the bank. Live is the biggest issue. As you can see, Lambo, I don't think there are any injections. Do we have any queens? 2. Yeah, only 2 queens in between all these expansions, so injections are non-existent. Larva is limited. That's what's really hindering Lambo here. And because Lambo takes a long time to rebuild his army, Percival, he's looking to stabilize once again. It's costing him a lot, and Percival, he is now on a much lower SCV count. Bearing in mind that at this stage of the game, because there are so many orbitals, you can rely on mules. So Percival, he's now super maxed. What does that mean? A supermaxed army entails that you have a very low SCV count, which frees up more supply for your army. So a much, much larger army here out of Percival. One 200 supply army is not quite like the other. Spains are trying to roll in. Ghost, they pull back. Oh my god. That was cut back. That was what, 2? Yeah, that was 2 ghosts falling. But Percival does hold. Catching out the Infestor. Likewise, Percival, this time he has tanks in position to defend the fringe base. A much more secure position here for Percival. But a reason for this might just be he has more supply now for more tanks. And the map is being cut in half, and again, this does favor the Terran. Traditionally in ZVT, and just all Zerg matchups really, Zerg players, they need to be up in expansion to be even with the opposing player. Here, we're even on bases. We're even on expansions. So both players on 7 bases. Oof. Again, the Zerg army is cheaper, it's less efficient, but to make up for that, you need the better economy to sustain your losses. Lambo doesn't have that. Not anymore. So this is a rough position here for the Zerg. He is trying to transition into Broodlord Infestor, but again, it's a later transition here. Greater Spires on the way, second Spires on the way as well. Meanwhile, Percival's already reaching his final form of Mass Ghost. Ghost Tank Lib is the ideal. And Lambo cannot break him. I mean, he's trying. He's trying here. Liberty Siege. Tanks are slowly pushing forward. The correct thing for Percival to do is just turtle up like this. Just turtle on up. Set up his siege lines. Oh. Nice tank shots. Catching out some Hydras. That's a lot of Marauders. As there we go, Percival, he's maxed out. He's now looking to gain ground. Pushing bottom left. Lambert trying to set up us around, trying to set up a flank. Oh. Coming from behind, running into a wall of bio. Yeah, this flank should not be successful. Does get a tank though. Yeah, tank goes down, but bleeds out a lot of Ling Bane. Oof. Ghost reinforce. Lambert's in trouble. And this base will fall. Yeah, the base will fall. Lambert does not have enough on the ground. Massive snipes going off. Bainsley cannot connect, and Percival, we snowballs out of control from here. Takes down the base, takes down the expansion, and he can just chase. He can give chase. It's just not enough here for Lambo. Not enough. We have 15 Corruptors on the way for attempted Broodlords. But again, it takes a long time. It takes time. And time that he does not have. GG gets called. Percival, he will break through, he will overwhelm, and he will take the game, taking a lead for Team NOGG. Whew. GG, well played. I guess no GG? How do I... But Percival, again, it was a very intense game, a lot of aggression, as we mentioned, very aggressive, very back and forth. Initially, Lambert, he was holding, he was defending, and then we had that one key moment where everything changed. That was when Percival came in and killed 32 drones. How? With 2 Liberators and 2 Banshees. Or maybe it was 3 Liberators, but it was crazy. Like initially, Percival was in a rough position. Percival, he was behind. He was behind. His aggression was failing. Lambert was joining up to 80 workers. He was outscaling his opponent, building up his Ling Bane. But then the Liberator and Banshee harass was insane for Percival. That was the big turning point, because that forced Lambert to scramble for a chaotic defense, force him back home, and it gave Percival the time that he needed to build back up, have a comparable army, build up his economy, build up his bases. We spoke about it. It allowed him to afford trading as best as he was, where Percival at times was maybe bleeding out too much of his bio and too many tanks and just too many of his units, but he was keeping Lambo at home. Lambo, he had no presence here on the map to stop the 5th, the 6th, the 7th base from being taken. GG, well played with that. Oh, sorry, just will update. With that, Percival, he will fight back. No GG, they take a lead in the series, and this all comes down to our next game here. I mean, I said it all comes down. Up next, Bjorn versus Classic, as we quickly set up our next match. There we go. We are setting up. To apologize, a little bit distracted. We're setting up our players. But yeah, Lambo, he, again, initially had some momentum, of course, going for him. Was achieving quite a bit of success there, but again, the harassment was just a little bit overwhelming, and with that, Percival, he will take it. And now we're getting ready for our next matchup. It's going to be a best of one between BASILISK and Classic. Again, Classic, if he wins this game, he will... Oh, if he wins this game, then NOGG, they will claim the win here in this best of 5. BASILISK has to win this game here and now to force the ace match. Let's go. So just asking for the cans. Beautiful. There we go, one going. Now we just need the other. Oh. Blast of pressure is now on BASILISK. As we are going to be getting ready here and loading into Blackrock. Blackrock is an interesting map in the map pool. It does have a very difficult to defend 3rd and 4th base. We will get there. But again, a lot of this will also come down to the early game as well. We've been seeing BASILISK, a lot of Terran players, be very aggressive early on in TVP. We saw that in the previous BASILISK versus Clem series, if you recall, where Clem did survive the aggression and did excel and did begin the lead or the win streak here, or the start the ball rolling for Team NOGG. We'll see if Clem can do the same. We'll see if BASILISK will bounce back. Oh. Uh-oh. Okay, here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Blackrock, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Shopify. It is BASILISK. And unfortunately, we don't have his camera, unfortunately. But spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss representing Team NOGG. It is Classic. Here we go. Oh, there we go. Here we go. As we're getting into the next game, we're getting into potentially the final game of the series. Once again, BASILISK will move that across the map for what? For what should be the eBay block. The SCV does skirt around the edge of the map here, avoiding the main scouting path. Will ideally sneak up and throw down the eBay to block and delay the expand. BASILISK looking to move in. Oh, my apologies. I assumed was going to go for the eBay block. Does skirt around the edge, but no racks back at home. Going for the proxy instead. And so far is hidden. Unfortunately, though, we are going to see the probe scout out of Classic. He will confirm that the racks is missing. And it's only going to be the singular SCV as well. There's no 2 racks. There's no like 2 racks Reaper or 2 racks Marauder. Behind this, gases are being taken. So we'll see where BASILISK takes us from here. Whether we do just go into proxy Reaper to be aggressive and to poke in, or if we intend to go one step further and go for a tech lab. Eyes are on BASILISK. Show us what you got. Oh. Wait, what? Proximate. What? I was very confused. He started the Marine, which made no sense. Cancel the Marine, starts the Reaper. Again, because the gases were taken, we're expecting either Reaper or Tech Lab, not Marine. So, well, we got there in the end. Did get there in the end. Of course, Classic scouts and Classic confirms that a Rax is missing. Is missing. Zal moves out. Reaper moves in. It's just going to be the one Reaper. And we'll see if BASILISK provides some damage. As Classic is being as annoying as possible. Reaper does poke in. Pokes in, pulls away. No real damage dealt. And Beyond is forced to fly back home. Yeah, so back home. I mean, Beyond did force some inefficiencies. He forced out a Zealot. He forced the expansion to be delayed as well. So there has been some damage dealt for sure. At the same time, the Zealot does get across the map and will not get the building SCV, but will swipe away at the depot. Yeah, Zealot will suck on A move. Will disrupt some of the mining, though. The Stalker does not get in. Does not get in. The Zelda is going to be trapped here in the main on the high ground. Can actually be used to actually zone away SCVs, though. Going further in. Delaying the CC. Not bad. Not bad at a classic. Delays the CC. Kills 2 workers. Widowmine has arrived. Oh my, that should not have happened. The Reaper goes down as well. Yeah, messy defense out of Beyond. We're getting messy. And behind this, Classic can just chill. Just chill, claim his natural base, going for his Twilight Council, into Blink, into our early game, into our early to mid game. We're building up. And I favor Classic's position here. Classic did cause a lot of chaos. A lot of chaos, a lot of damage. Delayed mining, of course. Containing Byeon. Beyond behind this, going for his own 1-1-1 into Liberator production. I'm sure he was watching that last game and he's like, you know what, Liberators are pretty good. They're pretty good, Pat. True. Let's use them. Beyond is breaking out. Beyond is expanding, going for a fast third CC behind this. As a third CC after the starport. Before second racks. Nice lock on. Very nice. Stalker does go down. Beyond breaks out. He defends back at home. And again, he's being very greedy as the follow-up. Meanwhile, Classic back at home is going to Blink into the Robo. A bit of a safer follow-up here, going for the Robo before expansion. But Classic will still claim his third. Or at least we're expecting him to. Okay, there it is. Oh. So the game is going to slow down. We're just calming down, building up into the mid game. Both players expanding. Beyond is being greedier. That is true. But I feel like he needs to recover. So I should clarify that. Beyond is getting a faster third base, which is greedy, but I feel like he has to because of his delayed natural, right? Because of the SCVs going down earlier and the delay in the natural base. This is to help recover. As Classic can now start to move out. So back at home, Beyond should be secure. He's got his tank on the high ground, tank on the low ground, bunker's going to be on the way, Raven to help deal with the Observer. Beyond is very secure. And as Classic moves in, Beyond can move out. The Stalker, auto target here on the Observer. The Observer does barely pull away. Oh, we trade a Stalker for a Cyclone. I would say better pick up here for Classic. Liberator moves in, rallies into the Stalker's Classic. He was ready for it. Ay, ay, ay. Nice aggression of the Classic. Nice defense as well. Classic is all over Beyond. He wants that Widowmine. Oh. And we'll bring it down. Jesus. Avoids the mine shots. Behind this, Classic building up into splash damage. Bays on the way. Additional gateways. Getting to charge. Getting to Colossus. And Beyond is being contained. Beyond may have gotten a faster third orbital. That is true, but he cannot land it. At least not yet. Can I make use? Does go for the dive. Takes out the tank. Jeez. Very nice pick off. The tank was exposed. Will overextend for a moment there, losing a Stalker. But again, still better pick off. Still better trades for Classic. Sniping that tank. Setting up spotters, making sure there's no drop play. Making sure he sees all, and Bjorn is stuck at home at least until Stim finishes. When Stim is complete, then Bjorn can start to think about breaking out. But until then, Classic even getting a 4th base. Oof. 4th base now on the way. Embracing a greater economy. And we spoke about this earlier when we loaded into Blackrock, but this map, it's very difficult to defend your 3rd and 4th expansion. These bases are very open, they're very accessible, both the triangular 3rd and the linear 3rd base as well. The idea of turtling is difficult, and it feels like that's what Bjorn is going to be forced to do, forced to turtle. And it's not easy to defend that 3rd. Not like this. And it's floating over. With the War Prism, Classic ready to push. He's coming. Alright, so what do we have? 3 tanks, 3 mines, a decent chunk of bio. The Observer does spot the move out. Does spot the army. At the same time, Classic coming from behind. He wants that CC. He will force a lift. Okay, Colossus, they move in as well. Tanks, they're very far back. Classic won't kill, but he will once again delay the 3rd. Delays the expansion. Prism is on the way. With this, Classic can reinforce or even backstab by going into the main. Does he get a tank? He gets... Oh, barely not. Yeah, did miss that shot. He needed 1 more Stalker. Tank survives. There is a turret in the main, and Vikings on the way as well. Just in time to defend. Maybe a couple seconds late, but... Oh, it does go for the Warp In. The Warp In does finish. Zalse busts into the main base. Stalkers, they dive in. They will take some mine shots to the face. Massive connections. Does get 2 tanks. And he's enough bio. Can Bjorn punish? Yeah, Bjorn sims on in. He wants a Colossus. That's a lot of Marauders. And he will break through. Yeah, 1 Colossus goes down. He wants the other as well. Big overextension here by Classic. At the same time, though, Zalse wreak havoc in the main. 16 SCV kills. The Colossus survives. Somehow, some way, the Colossus does survive. The Prism is still up and running as well, but will be chased down. Forced to recall. Yeah, recalls the hell out of there. Saves the War Prism. And it was a little bit messy there, but Classic still comes out ahead. He still kills an entire mineral line. 16 SCVs went down. He also still delayed the expansion. He reset the tank count. That was how many? That was 3? 1. So, oh, yeah, 2. Yeah, 2 tanks did go down. Classic still has a lead, still has momentum. Classic is back. Oh, this time there are Vikings. Yeah, Vikings are in position. The Prism will fall. Oh, does not unload. Only 2 Zealots. Yeah, nice defense here by Bjorn. Shuts down those charge slots. Classic forced to rebuild. And it's going to be a much more difficult defense this time. There's only 1 tank for Bjorn. So from 3 down to 1. Bjorn does find the proxy pylon. Main army's distracted. That does trigger Classic. He moves in. He wants that 4 CC. Oh, Zalse peel off into the mineral line. He's going to get everything. Yeah, so he's going to be going down. 4th base is going to be delayed. Catching reinforcements. Some brutal losses here as Marines getting picked up, and Bjorn just getting torn apart. He just cannot keep up. Not like this. GG gets called. GG gets called. Bjorn is broken, and Classic, he will claim the series 3-1, winning the best of 5 Pro League format set for Team NOGG. GG. GG, well played. Not GG, Pappy. As Classic, he will claim the win here. He will take it. As you can see, just catching up on the series overall. Clem, it all did begin with Clem. Clem took down Bjorn initially in the PvT matchup, did bring him down to start the ball rolling. We had a back and forth. Scarlet did fight back and did take down Solar in the ZVZ. It was a very impressive performance there out of Scarlet, but that was the only win for Shopify as Percival took down Lambo. That was also very close back and forth, might I add. Like, I feel like if it wasn't for the Banshee Liberator harass, Lambo, he was ahead in that game. Like, he was in a better position. It was just brutal losing that many workers and losing so much control on Rainfall. And then, of course, it all did end with Classic and Bjorn. Classic taking down Bjorn in that final game. Again, Bjorn having a very hard time maintaining his position. In the end, the initial proxy was not worth it. Remember that Bjorn opened up with a proxy Reaper, did lose a lot of control early on, losing SCVs, having a messy economy. He went for the faster OTC, but could never really take his third. Never quite got into that 3-base economy, was struggling to do so. GG. GG well played. With that, Team NOGG, they will claim a lead here by taking down Shopify in the Pro League series, in the Pro League format. Now up next, it's time for the all-kill. It's time for the all-kill format. Here we go. Up next is going to be Bjorn versus Percival. Oh. So once again, we're setting up our players. We're trying to. So again, this is going to be Bjorn versus Percival. So for those that are curious, those that are unaware here as we're getting ready for our next matchup, the Shopify versus NOGG series will continue here. Again, as we do have our camera, let's go. Beautiful. This time we can see Bjorn. We can see him. Yeah, cool. I mean, I'm like, we can see him. I mean, soon we will. It's gone, Pappy. It's gone. Oh, no. But again, we just had a Pro League format. Up next is all kill. The way that the all kill format works, it's another best of 5, but the way this works here is that the winner stays on, the loser is knocked out. So we have Bjorn versus Percival. Whoever wins this game will stay on to keep it competing, and the rest of the team has to be fielded to bring that player down. Oh boy. Now when it comes to this matchup, we did speak on Percival's TVT previously. We were giving him praise, talking about how Percival's Terran versus Terran matchup has been improving heavily and has been defeating players like Bjorn and Cure on a much more regular basis. That is true. If we were casting this series a year ago, Bjorn would be favored. Now, I can't say that with confidence. Now, Percival, he has proven that he is a bigger threat. It's still a hard one to call though, because it's the best of 1. At the end of the day, if this is a longer series, I think I might lean towards Percival in a best of 3 or even a best of 5, but in a best of 1, it can go either way. Like it's so hard to be confident here in a prediction for a best of 1, just because like one wrong misstep, one more wrong mistake, and everything just can go awry. Or even just build order wins, they exist as well. Like aggressive builds can sometimes fall flat. Best of 1s, of course, are much more unforgiving, of course. We're being flooded by emotes right now. Now they're just catching up in the chat. We are catching up. Bearing in mind as well that if Shopify can win this format, the all-kill format series, that will lead into the Super Ace match. We didn't get there in the last series. We might get there this time. We'll see. But basically, because NOGG already have a point on the board with the Pro League format win, if Shopify win this series and it goes all the way to the Super Ace match, it'll come down to one final best of one. We'll see if we can get there. We shall see. For now, though, players are setting up. As I mentioned, this time we will have a BYON cam. Oh. Countdown has begun. And we're jumping in. Jumping in. Jumping into lockdown. As our TVTs continue, we did feature Maru and Cure earlier in the broadcast. Now we have BYON and Percival. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Lockdown, we have the red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Shopify. It is BYON. And this time we have his cam. Let's go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player. The blue Terran, the South Korean Terran representing Team NOGG. It is Percival. Here we go. The contrast. We have Percival just shrouded in darkness and BYON in blinding light. The contrast, baby. Yeah. And again, we'll see who comes out on top as we dive into our best of 5 all-kill format. Who will begin that win streak? Let's go. Let us go. Up first here, we are going to be opening up. Welcome to Lockdown. Lockdown is a larger map of the map pool, larger map, longer rush distance by ground. Likewise, you have a very secure setup here on 2 bases with a ramp coming into the natural, so high ground natural. You have the high ground third base and even another ramp coming into the opposing third base as well. Because of this, we often do see longer games. We often do see a lot of mid to late game on Lockdown due to how secure these bases are, depending on the matchup, of course. But it is possible to try to wall up and try to wall off. In saying that, though, BYON is a very active player in TVT. Very, very active. We actually brought BYON up earlier in the broadcast when we were casting Maru. Remember, Maru, he went for a 3CC 3-racks build. He got punished for it. But going to like a heavy marine count and delaying tanks and delaying Vikings and going into heavy marine medevac, that's a style that BYON is known for in TVT. And it's very fun, it's very active, it's very aggressive. Double gas, by the way. Double gas at a Percival, single gas at a BYON. But it's very active, it's very aggressive. The downside, though, is that once your drops stop working, once BYON starts losing momentum, then things can look really dicey and very dire for BYON. Just because typically, traditionally, BYON's like mass bio style doesn't scale too well in head-on engagements. But we'll see how it all pans out. Once again, because of the single gas opener, BYON has a faster command center. Because of the double gas opener, Percival, he has a faster factory. So different openers. I would say that technically Percival's build is safer. BYON's build is greedier. That is true. So you have a safer build out of Percival, greedier build out of BYON. We have a divergence when it comes to the openers, and we'll see how we develop them from here. From here, we can open up Reaper Hellion, we can go into Safety Cyclone, we can go for early tank drop. Tech Lab tells us we're not going to be opening up Hellion. No Reapers either. Again, Reaper Hellion is difficult to pull off here just because of the ramp. Just because the 2-base setup is very secure, being aggressive early on, it can be quite difficult with harassing units. But what we can do is go for a tank into medevac drop. Yep, there it is. We're going for the early drop. So a hyper aggressive build. If you remember who did this build earlier in this very broadcast, we saw in the Cure versus Maru rematch when they played the second time. Cure, he went for this build last time. He went for the 1-1-1 into early tank drop. Maru went Rax Expand. Hey, true. Except Maru went for the CC on location. But for the most part, this is almost a mirrored setup here to what we saw previously with Cure and Maru, but this time Percival and BYON. So here we go. So again, 1 base all in out of Percival. Just waiting for his medevac. And in the previous series, it led into a really crazy base trade because Kira was also on the map. Kira was on the map, Maru was on the map, and we just passed by each other, went for the base trade. Likewise, Percival, he has to get damage done with this. I say damage done, he's looking to end the game. Looking to straight up end the game. Rallying Vikings, rallying tanks, dropping into the main base. Marines are getting in position. Oof. Tank quite well. Does focus on the Marines. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 Marines going to be going down. Boys being pulled, but the Marines, they get focus fired. Down to 1 Marine. Down to 1. As Percival is still gaining ground. Did trade decently. You see here that Percival killed 5 Marines for 3 of his own. Tanks now within range of production, going for the depots. Ooh, Viking has arrived. And remember, the longer this game goes on, the better it is for Bjorn. Bjorn has a base. Bjorn is mining. And he has a greater economy. Forced back to his tank. Losing his depot. But still holding on. Again, all like the terrain here working against Percival. Cannot get up the ramp. Boys being pulled, coming on top of the tanks. Oh, not quite. Yeah, not quite here. Bjorn does not have enough. A bit of an overextension, bleeding out the SCVs. But does buy time for the second tank. It's worth it. Yeah, he's buying more time. Percival, he's forced to expand. A very late expansion. Percival, he is far behind. He needs more damage. He's down 10 SCVs and mules. How does Percival recover? Double expanding. 3rd CC. You can see he's double expanding, getting the natural and the 3rd CC at the same time. Desperation out of Percival. Looking desperate. Tanks get into the main. Uh-oh. He does get into the main base. He's within range of the production. Awkward position for Bjorn. Very awkward. Oh, does get tank shots off. Jesus. He's within range. The tanks are within range of the tanks of Percival. With that, they both go down. Disaster there for Percival. Losing 2 tanks for what? For an add-on. Bleeding out of Viking as well. It's all going south of the Blue Terran. Now, if Bjorn is going to be passive from here, if he's passive, he stays at home, then there's a chance that Percival can recover with that faster 3rd CC. There is a chance. But it's Bjorn. Like, he's not known for being passive. He's not known for being defensive. Jesus, he's going double Starboy. Yeah, double 2 port, 2 base all in. Mass Viking. The goal here is to take air control and then go into Liberators. That's the goal for Bjorn. Currently, Bjorn is down in Vikings, but soon he will take a lead. And once he does, he can break out and then counterattack. Bjorn's almost there. Okay, going for a 3rd CC behind this. Never mind. He's not going to commit too hard to this, but he will gain air control. Oh, does move command forward a little bit too much. Despite that, still takes down the Viking. Takes down 2. Yeah, with that air control, tank goes down as well. Another brutal loss there for Percival. Using another tank. Percival does shoot first. There we go. Gets the tank himself, but he's going to be cleaned up. Completely cleaned up, losing the tank, losing the Viking. He tries to be cheeky, tries to get away. And here comes Bjorn. This would be the time to make a Liberator. This would be the time. Viking is deflected. Bjorn's moving in. Percival, he's down to 2 tanks, and again he has lost air control. Bjorn going for a second factory? Mech? Okay. That's not quite what I was expecting. Getting the Viking behind, still chasing the Vikings. Gets 1. Oh, doesn't quite get the other. And not quite. It's a little bit messy there by Bjorn as Percival can repair. Lands on the production anyway. That's one way to deny Stim, is to kill the racks, not the tech lab. There we go. Does focus on the tech lab. Stim is denied. No Liberator out of Beyond, but I mean, regardless, it's still maintaining air control. At least trying to. Maybe force back. Did see Beyond overextend earlier, losing 2 Vikings. Now we'll lose another 2. And needs those reinforcements. Once again, Beyond overextends. Oh, Percival, very bold move here. He's going to lose his tanks here. 1, 2 tanks go down. Bold move out of Percival. And Beyond's mass expanding. Getting a 3rd base, 4th base on location. Beyond is getting out of hand. He's snowballing out of control. It's crazy, Pappy. And in the end, the aggression of Percival again just was unsuccessful. Remember, this all came down to the 1 base all-in that Percival opened up with. Boy, failed to get damage done. Failed to do enough. Once again, does repair that Viking. I still stand by it first. Sorry, if Beyond had gone for an earlier Liberator, like, he could fully make use of that and push in a lot faster. But I mean, he's getting in anyway. There we go. Lands the Vikings, going for the final tank. Tank goes down. We have Vanilla Marines to defend. No Stim, no combat shields. Vikings, they waddle further into the mineral line. The boys are being pulled. Desperation out of Percival. Does pull the boys. Again, the writing's been on the wall for quite some time here. The final push here from Percival. The final breakouts. Oof. We'll lose 26 SCVs in the process. We'll lose any semblance of an economy. And now we just keep going. Now we can land. Lands the Vikings. 2 more factories on the way. Again, to re-emphasize, this is mech here from Beyond. Technically. But I mean, he could do what he wanted. And GG. GG gets called, and Beyond, he takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Don't forget the stretch. True. Don't forget the stretch. But GG well played. Beyond, who'll take a lead in the series. Percival, he is out of the all-kill format. Again, it all did begin with the opener, with the build of choice. Percival, he went for a 1-base all-in, failed to get damage done. Beyond, he defended with 2 expansions, so he had a massive economic lead. Because of that, we did see... Oh. Did not notice. Do we not have any music going? But because of that, Percival, to catch up, he did double expand. He double expanded to try to make up for that. Going for the natural and going for the 3rd CC as well. But in the end, he wasn't quite able to get away with that. He never took a 3rd. Right? He could never land it, I should say. Could never land his 3rd base. Beyond, he just doubled down, going into double starport, mass Viking to gain air control, into double factory, mass tank, and just snowball from there. Just keep the pressure up. GG. If Beyond was more passive, if he himself was expanding, then there's a chance that Percival was given the room he needs to build back up. But Beyond was hyper aggressive, did not let him stabilize. GG. GG well played. With that, it is going to be up to NOGG to pick their next player. Who's it going to be here? We have Classic, Solar, or Clem. We have 3 options, 3 players. Who's it going to be? I'm assuming... No, sorry. I was like, oh, Shin's here. I believe Shin is also casting. Shin is casting. Oh, and I do see a rogue Solar looking to join the party. Okay. So it is going to be Solar stepping up next. Stepping into the ring. Un momento. Oh no. Ah no. As it looks like we need a moment here. So it looks like the players are asking, looks like the players are asking for a break here. So we're going to be going on a short break. It looks like a 5-minute break before the rest of our series continues. Again, this should be the final series of the broadcast. It's final best of 5. I mean, I say that, my apologies. Technically, again, if Shopify wins this all kill series, then there is going to be an ace match afterwards. But for now, we're going to be going on a short break. We'll see you guys soon in 5 minutes time. See you soon after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back here to the GSTL. The GSTL, the return, I should say, of the Global StarCraft Team League. We are here, we are back, we are mid-series with Shopify versus Team NOGG, and we are jumping into our second game of the best of 5. This morning in the bottom right hand corner of Attorney's Edge, we have the South Korean Terran player, we have the Red Terran, the current player on a win streak, with 1 win under his belt. So representing Shopify, it is BASILISK. Man, beautiful. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player. The blue Zerg player himself representing Team NOGG. It is Solar. Here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into our next matchup. Again, BASILISK just took down Percival to advance on to claim a lead here for Team Shopify. Can BASILISK continue that win streak and keep the ball rolling, or will Solar fight back and put a point on the board? Here we go. Here we go. The pressure is now on somewhat. Still best of 5. We still have more room to wiggle room, more room to grow here, more room here to have some leeway one way or the other, but you don't want a player to have too much of a win streak leading into this, as it's only a best of 5. Not that many games ahead of us here. We'll see how this turns out. We'll see how we open up. So far, CC first. CC first out of BASILISK, going for the faster CC into the later ranks. A greedier build out of our Terran player, but welcome to Attorney's Edge. This is a very large map in the map pool. Large map, long rush distance by grounds. So BASILISK will be cutting some corners. At the same time, Solo going for his own hatch gas pool. We're settling in. Just making sure I have everything set up. Just making sure. Bearing in mind as well that when it comes to local formats, we have to field, of course, our players. NOGG will have to kind of pick and choose. They do have extra players on their side. They have Clem and Classic, but again, there's only enough room for one of those players to be fielded. Bear that in mind. Only enough room for one. For Shopify, Hwaseung won't be competing tonight, so they just have their 3 of Beyond, Lambo, and Scarlet. I'm assuming that Hwaseung won't be fielded in the all-kill format, but he might be. If he wakes up in time, might be able to play. If he even needs to. True. For now, BASILISK is going 3CC. Yep, 3CC. 3CC before second Rex. Hyper greed out of BASILISK, going CC first into 3CC, into 3CC, into 3CC 3 Rex as well. So again, the greediest build you can go for in this matchup is what BASILISK is embracing, and we'll see if Solo can punish the greed. As we have our second and third Rex on the way. This kind of build is very vulnerable to Roach all-ins. Roach all-ins and early Roach aggression and early gas income here would completely hard counter BASILISK. Thankfully for BASILISK, there is no gas mining. No gas mining. Solar is just droning, saturating. Solar has yet to even scout the main. Solar, he knows that there's no SCV scout and no Reaper scout, but Solar doesn't really know how far the greed goes. Not yet. This will lead into a stronger mid-game for BASILISK with faster 3CC saturation, leading into a stim timing into bio play, of course. Into bio. So again, we will get there. Sola does go for his earlier Eva chamber into earlier +1 carapace. This is ideal against bio-heavy play, of course. This is typically seen against 2-on-1, specifically against the 3CC 3 racks, though. Like, I do favor BASILISK, so far at least. Stronger position, better economy. Even going double eBay as well. I will see if BASILISK goes one step further. I don't think BASILISK is one to embrace 8-Raxes. We did see an 8-Rax recently, of course, but it's still very rare. It's still few and far between. We were casting Moja, of course, who's known for that sort of thing, but it's very out of the meta. Very out of meta. As Beyond starts to move out, Stim is almost done. A very Beyond move out. He's known for pushing before his upgrades or before his medevacs are ready, and at times it can work very well. You can catch a player off guard and gain some extra value. It is just risky. It is a risk. As Beyond does wall off in time. He walls up, he walls off. And from here, we're just waiting for the medevacs, and then we can start to push. For now, just taking control of the NOGG tower. Soul is still droning, saturating, getting up to 3 base saturation. Second Evo chamber here for double upgrades. The pressure will soon be on Beyond, though, to start the ball rolling and to put the pressure on. We'll see if we can. The last thing you want to do here is just allow the Zerg players to just mass expand, join up to 80 workers. This goes back to the previous TVZ between Lambo and Percival, where Percival was very in the face of Lambo and ensured that Lambo did not have an easy time droning and did not have an easy time establishing his 4 bases. We need to see that out of Beyond as well. Here we go. Beyond sims in. Takes down some of the active tumors, gets a queen. Yeah, 1 queen does fall. Bailing speed is not going to be a factor here. Trades very well, but forced to pick up. Yeah, forced to pick up. Jumps further into the main. Can we get another queen? We can. Oh, not quite. Yeah, the queen will survive. Takes down the spore instead. Beyond pulls out. And solo holds. Oh, as we bleed out a lot of marines, actually. Only 1 medevac escapes. Yeah, 1 medevac full of marines. Oof. Did I speak too soon? Oh, the medevac is going to go down as well. We got to get out of here. Boost is not available. Does pull away. Whew. And that was a strong defensive from Solar. Again, Solar, he bled out queens. That is true. Did lose queens, did lose creep. But Beyond did throw away or did bleed out a lot of marines in the process. We're going to keep this going. Beyond catches another queen. Not bad. Mines have arrived. Show us the mine shots. Ooh, doesn't quite connect. Yeah, not quite. Mines are cleaned up. Solar collapsing in. Very nice baiting connection. And Solar's holding. Solar, he's holding. Beyond is losing control, losing momentum. We spoke earlier how you just cannot let a Zerg player drone up to 4 base saturation. Solar, he's getting up to 80 workers. It's getting out of hand. The plus side is that Beyond did have a very fast third and had faster SCV production. That is true. But Beyond still needs more. Picks up into the main. Oh. My apologies. Gets around the mineral line. Doesn't quite get what I was hoping for. Yeah, Viper. Hydra production has begun. Getting into Ling Bane Hydra. We're not rushing Ultras. There's a much more robust style here out of Solar. And Beyond is trying to be active with a second group, a second army, but so far has not found a way in. Oh, stims forward. Solar ideally wants to lure him in. Oh, my shot does not connect. Baits out the other. And Beyond, he cannot drop. He can't move in. He cannot move in. Behind this, Beyond is now slowly taking his 4th base, but as he takes his 4th, Solar's maxed. Solar, he's maxed out. I will say this pit is a little bit late. It's a little bit later pit here, so a little bit later hive tech here from Solar, but he's on the way. Collapsing on the reinforcing army. Oh. He takes down one of the mines. Coming in from behind as well. They connect. Yeah, Bane, they crash in. And Beyond is forced to pick up. Forced to pick up. Forced to lift. Bleeds out his mines. The 4th base is denied. And even the SCVs will go down as well. Thankfully, won't kill the CC, but again, BYUN is being contained. And Solar keeps maxing. Just keeps remaxing. Oh, actually taking up into lurkers. Okay. Throws down the den. Getting ready for lurker attack. Oh. Oh. My shot once again. Force a friendly fire. Some brutal friendly fire there on BYUN's army. As they roll in, they should not connect. It's close. Oh my god, one does. And one crashes in, and the army once again is turned away. It's turned away from the fourth base. Solo does overextend. We need more Ling Bane. He's lacking Ling Bane, lacking support. Has to pull away at the same time. A drop does hit the third. And BYUN will get some drones here. 3 workers go down. BYUN breaks out. Uh-oh. BYUN breaks out. Solo did overextend. Oof. Still catches at the bio though. Solar is lacking Banelings, but here they come. Yeah, they're coming in to reinforce. Solar, he does have enough to defend. BYUN has to pull out. Nice drag. Drags the mine away. The other mine does not connect either. And BYUN, he's running out of steam. He's running out of Marines. It's just pure Marine, pappy. He cannot keep up. Not like this. You see Solar peel off the rest of his army. Once again, it hits the 4th expansion. Jumping on reinforcements, and Solar, he snowballs out of control. Just snowballs out of control. In the end, BYUN just could not be aggressive across the map. GG gets called, and Solar takes a lead or fights back and puts a point on the board. GG. Oh. GG, well played. Solar, he will fight back. And with that Solar, he now is, I was almost at the king of the hill. I mean, kind of in a sense. Solar, he's going to be our remaining player here. BYUN is out. BYUN is out. And we have 2 players left for Shopify. We have Scarlet and we have Lambo. Bearing in mind that Scarlet did defeat Solar earlier in the Pro League format. So we might see Scarlet sent again. We'll see. Who's more confident in ZVZ? That's the real question. Who is confident? Winding it back, when it comes to the game itself, BYUN had a very greedy build, that is true, but the build is full of greed, not really aggression. By the time the bio army really came online, Solo was given so much time himself to join up to 80 workers, get up to 3 base saturation, deflect the first push, and again, I feel like the first move out from BYUN, he did bleed out too much. Remember, when he first pushed with two medevacs full of Marines, he bled out a bunch of Marines pushing into the 3rd base because he couldn't fit them into the medevacs, and then he lost a full medevac worth of units pushing into the main as well. That did, or I should say that BYUN lost a lot of momentum in the process of doing that, and it meant that Solar had more free time to get away with droning, to drone, to saturate, and to stabilize, and to take a lead from there. We have spoken on this previously when it comes to the current meta of ZVT, but once you start losing your momentum and the aggression starts failing for the Terran, the Zerg player very quickly snowballs out of control. This is partially due to the larva change. Because of the larva, as soon as the Zerg player is able to drone up freely up to 80, then very quickly they can get out of hand. Very, very quickly. And who's it going to be? Oh, okay. So we knew it was going to be a ZVZ, but which Zerg player? We have the answer. It is going to be Lambo. Lambo, he's going to come out as the next player fielded for Shopify. He's feeling a little bit more confident here in said ZVZ. Do we have cams there? We do. Beautiful. Okay, we're going to be loading into the Old Sun Temple. Going to be loading into a 4-player spawn map. Oh, okay, there's going to be an RNG factor here. 4-player spawn. Close spawns do favor... Oh, actually, never mind. Looks like the wrong map was made. Never. Yeah. So the wrong map was made here. We're going to be not loading into Old Sun Temple. We're going to be loading into Rorschach. Rorschach is a very small map of the map pool. Short rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored here. And I'm curious what kind of aggressive build Lambert will whip out. Whether he's going to be hyper aggressive or 2-base. We're expecting 2-base play. Those are our expectations. We'll see if Lambo does meet those expectations. Same with Solar, to be fair. I think that's... We'll see. Does anyone go 10 pool? Or 11, 12? Let's see, let's find out. If you want to take a 5-minute break, Solo declined it. Oh, okay. But here we go. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Hwaseung, we have the blue Zerg player. The blue Zerg player. Oh, blue Zerg player himself. Currently, putting a point on the board here for his team, for Team NOGG. It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the German Zerg player, the Red Zerg, now being fielded for Team Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. Going for the 11 pool. Let's go. Here we go. So I believe this is going to be an 11-12, if I recall correctly. So 11 spawning pool, and we're expecting a 12 gas geyser. So what is this build, and how does this dynamic unfold? So first things first here, this is a hyper aggressive build. It is very, very aggressive, borderline all in. This is meant to look like a 10 pool. What is a 10 pool? A 10 pool is kind of like the equivalent of the 12 pool previously. It's not an all in, it's a way to move out with Lings to harass early on. You typically expand behind it. This is supposed to look like that, but instead, because of the early gas at 12 supply, you go for a Baneling Nest. It's going to be an early Baneling Nest into morphing in 2 Banelings across the map. Typically, how do you respond to a 10 pool? You pull the boys. You pull the workers down to the low ground to defend your expansion. Now, Lambo wants that to happen and then catch Solar by surprise with Banelings. That's the goal here. Is a Solar, he comes down to defend, Banelings come in, and then Lambo takes a bit of fight, and then Lambo snowballs out of control. That's the plan, at least. Solar opens hatch first. This feels illegal. Hatch first, you can get away with it in ZVZ, but going hatch first on Hwaseung, this is the smallest map in the map pool. This has the shortest rush distance by ground. Aggression is expected. That's why, if you remember, I was talking about 2-base play on this map. I was expecting like pool first into 2-base play. Going hatch first is crazy, and Lambo is here to punish. He's here to punish. Here come the Lings. They're flooding across the map. Baneling Nest is almost done, and we should be hiding Banelings off to the side. Eyes are on these 2 Lings. Yeah, eyes are on these Zerglings. Lambo does rock up. Solar should pull the boys. Here come the Banelings, and Solar, does he see? He doesn't know yet, but he's about, he sees, he confirms, he spots the Banelings, and Solar does not pull the boys. Spine Crawler in the main base, defensive Baneling Nest as well. Again, typically you want to hide these Banelings, but alas, Solar, he's now aware of them. And Lambo, can he get damage done in the main? You need drone kills with this. As Lambo, he does make his way in. Banelings, a threat in the main. Oh. Nice control with the Banelings. He does save them. Yeah, he saves the Banelings. Spine Cooler does finish. 1 Baneling connects, 2 Banelings go off. There's 1 Baneling left. The hatchery goes down. But Lambo needs more. Lambo is still down heavily in workers. And he's droning. Yeah, Lambo, he's droning up. The aggression has ended, and Solar will defend. So again, crucial that Solar saw the Banelings morphing in. Crucial that he made the decision to just give up on the natural. Just gives up the natural base. And things are looking rough here for Solar. Sorry, for Lambo. Technically, Lambo does have the faster expansion. That is true. And he's delaying. Yeah, he's doing a great job delaying the expand. Keeping Solar on a 1-base economy. Ling speed is on the way for Solar. Bear that in mind. He's trying to bait out the Baneling. Oh. Trying to, and he will. Baneling goes up. And Solar expands. Now, as the dust settles here, Lambo, he will be able to take a worker lead, as he has a faster natural and more larva. Solar gets across the map. Spots the defensive Banelings. Link speed is about to finish, but Solar is droning. So the game will slow down. And in the end, I will say that Lambo, I believe, takes the lead just because of the faster base. He is going to be able to re-drone and resaturate, or just drone up and saturate. Is going to be down in tech technically because he has no link speed, but should be able to wall off. Is going into link speed though. Interesting. So late link speed here out of Lambo. There's a world where if Lambo starts to wall, he can try to trick his opponent into believing that Lambo would not get link speed, and then go for a flood. He cancels. Never mind. He cancels. Never mind. I was reading too much into the link speed, but it does cancel in the end. So we're going 2-base Roach. We may even go into a lair and into 2-base Muta. That's also on the table as well for Lambo. Meanwhile, Solar behind this is likewise saturating his bases, claiming a third. Bearing in mind that because Lambo has no link speed, he's stuck on 2 bases. Solar can freely take a third expansion. Solar slips in. Scouts a lair. Doesn't see much else. But is aware of the lair timing. Oh. Baits out Banelings. Better trades here for Solar. Better trades. Sorry, so we're settling in. From here, we are settling in. Lambo is building up his roaches, getting into +1 carry pace, getting into roach speed as well. So he's about to push here on 2 bases. Behind this, Solar has been droning up, actually droning up to 50 workers, so droning up a little bit further here. This might have been too greedy. Lambo's 2-base all in. He's going for the 2-base all in, pushing out here with Roach Queen. So I was just making sure that everything was set up. I was like, to apologize. But again, 2-base all in here from Lambo. Solar, has he been too greedy, Pappy? The Queens are pushing forward. Does have that spine caller from the beginning of the game. That will come into play. True. That will help out. Carapace is done for both players. Faster roach speed here for Solar. Lings, they confirm that again it is an all in. And it's going to be a tough hold. It's going to be a tough hold for Solar. He's down 10 roaches. Concave is going to be in his favor. The Queens are going to be coming into support. Here comes Lambo. Oh, going for the spine. Going for the spine call. There is no transfuse. Spine is going to go down. A Lings that can't quite collapse in due to the bailing. Does zone away. Nice zoning here by Lambo. But does he have enough to break through? He should. Yeah, he should have enough. Here it comes in from the top side as well. Better angle out of Lambo. But we have more roach reinforcements. Solar slowly, barely holding on here. It looks like he will hold on. Yeah, Solar, he holds. He barely does hold on. He was down 10 roaches, but again, with the defender's advantage, with the spine cooler as well, he barely does defend. And Lambo's in a rough position. Solar has a third. Solar, he has a third expansion, and he was greedier as well. Remember, he joined up to 50. He had excess workers here. Lambo now is forced to get a third base himself, very late. Late third expansion, late drones, late saturation, late tech as well. Solar's working on +2. Meanwhile, +1 has only just now begun for Lambo because he didn't think he would need it. Didn't think the game would last this long. So Lambo's behind in upgrades, behind in bases, behind in workers, behind in economy. It's a rough position here for Lambo. Very, very rough. Even contaminates as well. The contamination. Ay, ay, ay. And even further delayed upgrade here for Lambo. And Soul's just chilling. He's just free to drone up to 3 bases, get a 4th base just for Liva, focus on Roach Ravager production. And Soul, he can just cruise his way here in the mid game. He can just cruise. There is always a risk of, say, Mutaplay and a Hidden Spire, for example, but Soul is scouting, is checking. Lambo could go for a second all-in and try to catch Solar being greedy, but Lambo's been droning, so there is no second all-in. Lambo's been droning up. You can see Lambo even getting ready here for the assaults, getting spine crawlers, aware that he needs something more here to defend. Da-da! And here comes Solar. He'd be pushing. And I believe this will hit... actually, it's a little bit too soon. It's an anti-timing. +2 is on the way, but not done yet. Upgrade still in favor of Solar, though. True. So it may not matter. It may not matter. Status says forward. Biles a zone away the Ravagers. Forcing a more inefficient fight here out of Lambo. Forcing out Micro. Forcing out Control. Fighting out of range of the Spine Cooler. And Soul's just happy to trade. He's just happy to trade here. Happy to keep trading. Oh. Soul's moving in. And moves in, zones away. And it's just a numbers game at this point, especially in a mirror matchup. I mean, the concave does benefit Lambo a little bit more here, but he's just being overwhelmed. They're just through sheer numbers, through sheer brute force. So he overwhelms, breaks through the roaches, pushing into the natural, pushing into the 3rd, and GG gets called. Solar, he does take a lead for himself and for Team NOGG. Oh, GG. GG will play it against Solar. He will overwhelm. It was a hyper-aggressive build here from Lambo, winding it back. Remember, it all began with the 11-12. With the 11-12 out of Lambo, going for the early pull into the early gas, into the early Bailey nest, if you recall. I will say that it was crucial that Solar saw the Bailings ahead of time, so Solar could make the decision to just give up on the natural. Just give up on the natural, get a spine call in the main base, and defend in the main. If Solar hadn't seen the Bailings, there's a higher chance that he pulls the boys, and he tries to fight for the natural. Could have been a very different dynamic there, but he saw the Bailings, so he had a much cleaner defense from the side of Solar. And from there, of course, the game continued. We got into the early game instead. Lambo went for the 2-base all-in, and it looked like he might have enough. Lambo, he was up by 10 roaches. He even had queens to support as well, but it barely wasn't enough. Solar, with that defender's advantage, he barely was able to hold on, had the spine call as well. He brought all the queens together, and with that, Solar snowballed out of control. GG. GG well played with that. We do see a lead here for Team NOGG, and now there is a 1 player left for Shopify. Byun has been taken out. Lambo has been taken out. Up next, we're expecting Scarlet, but is Hwaseung awake? Hwaseung could also be an option here as well. So here we go. Looks like we have our answer. I believe it is going to be Scarlet. Okay. Here we go. Just setting up our cams, setting up our players. Before jumping in. And again, Solar is 1 game away from all killing. It won't be a clean 3-0 technically, because Percival he lost earlier, but again, Solar, he's the one responsible for knocking out Byun and Lambo. And again, 1 game away from that all kill. Otherwise, if Scarlet can win this game and claim this win, we can force the ace match. or we can force out the final player from NOGG. I will say that Scarlet did defeat Solar earlier. True, did defeat Solar in the Pro League format, so if anyone can stop Solar, it is going to be Scarlet. But we'll see. Again, ZVZs can always be very intense. They can be very intense, very dynamic, and things can end quite early as well, depending on how aggressive we plan on opening up. As we are loading into game number 4, we're going to be loading into the Old Sun Temple. Let's go. Let us go. God damn it. Alright, we're good. We are good to go. We're loading in. We're loading into our next game. We're going to be loading into the Old Sun Temple. Into game number 4. Oh, beautiful. Sorry, I got to lock in, Pappy. True. Spawning in the bottom hand corner of the Old Sun Temple, we have the blue Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg representing Team NOGG. It is Solar. One game away from claiming the series and for pulling off the all kill as well. Oh, there we go. There we go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the Canadian Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Scarlet. Let's go. Embracing the darkness, just like Percival. True. What we really needed was a Percival versus Scarlet match, as Solo's going for the 10 pull. Let's go. We are going to be opening up here. And again, Scarlet did take down Solar earlier in the broadcast, earlier in the Pro League format, but now we have a much more aggressive dynamic here. First things first, welcome to the Old Sun Temple. We do have a 4-player spawn map, and we have found ourselves with close spawns, bottom left and bottom right, and both overlords, they will scout each other, I believe. Yep, they should be able to. There we go. They scout each other, fully aware. The RNG falls in favor of Solar. Remember, 10 pull here, hyper aggressive build. Now, this is not an all-in. Remember what we said in the last game? Lambo's build was meant to look like a 10 pull and force an overreaction. This is a 10 pull. There's no gas here. There's no Bailey nest. Solar will be expanding with this. It is aggressive, that is true, but it's not all in. As Lings are amassing, Scarlet does open up hatch first. So hatch first out of Scarlet. Overlord moves in. The Overlord does confirm the Ling Flood. So Scarlet is aware. Is aware of what's coming her way. Is aware of the expansion as well. Honestly, this is crucial. This also rules out the possibility of an 11-12. So Scarlet should pull the workers. Whoa, what? This is different. Okay, hatch gas pool. It looks like Scarlet plans on giving up the natural, going for a macro hatch in the main and going for a 1 base all in into Ling Flood. Cancel. Yeah, there's a cancellation. So Scarlet gives up on the natural. And we're gonna have to minimize losses. Yeah, it all comes down to worker control here for Scarlet. Does pull back. Oh, we'll lose 2. Yeah, 2, 3 drones. Catching out the Lings as they pop out from the larva, and this is too much. There's too much damage here. We're gonna get 3, 4, 5 drone kills. No! Yeah, too much damage in the main. 6 drones go down. The critical losses here. 7 drone kills. Ay. Yeah, this is far too much damage. Far too much damage. 10, 11 drones. GG gets called, and Solar will claim the series 3-1 and will pull off the all kill. GG. GG, well played with that. Congratulations. Solar will claim the win here. Again, just going for the 10 pool. Solar was expanding behind it, and it was a really interesting response out of Scarlet. I don't think I've seen that before. We've been seeing a lot of 10 pools this season, ever since the patch went live. I don't think I've seen the giving up on the natural and going for the hatchery in the main base. Was really interesting and has maybe some potential, especially for a counterattack. Unfortunately, as we saw some very messy, very shaky worker micro in the mineral line. You can't afford to lose that many workers, especially if you're giving up on the base. If you're choosing to give up on the natural, you cannot lose that many drones. And already losing like 4, 5, 6 drones was already far too much. Losing everything though, it just very quickly got out of hand. GG. GG, well played with that. Congratulations. And with that, NOGG, they will claim the win here. NOGG, they will take down both Shopify in the Pro League format and in the All Kill format as well. Congratulations, and a shout out to Solar for the All Kill as well. Big shout out. So GG, well played. Scarlet playing a Zark like a true Zerg. I mean, is Percival Zerg as well? But GG, well played. And again, shout out to all of our competitors here tonight as well. Again, we did see a good showing out of, Beyond, he had some wins on the board. Scarlet as well earlier in the previous series. With that, congratulations to NOGG though for claiming the win in day 1 of the GSTL. Bearing in mind, this is merely only day 1. We have an entire league ahead of us. Oh boy. Let's quickly catch up on the bracket. Let's quickly catch up on today's matches and our upcoming series as well. Here we go. As I do need to move this over. Beautiful. Okay. So from the top again, you can check out the overall scores and the overall series over on Wikipedia. From the top here, we do have our group. It is a group of 5 teams here in the GSTL. We have NOGG, T1 ONSYDE, BASILISK, Hwaseung, and Shopify Rebellion. This was merely only day 1 of the league. As you can see here, team T1 ONSYDE, they took down Hwaseung 2-0. They won the All Kill format and the Pro League format. I believe individual series details will be showcased, I think, on another tab. And likewise, NOGG, they take down Shopify in both the All Kill and the Pro League format as well. Scrolling down, next week we're going to be live here with day number 2. It's going to be Basilisk. We have yet to feature them, of course. Basilisk, they're also competing in this league. They've yet to play their matches. Next week we'll be able to feature them. Basilisk versus T1 ONSYDE and Hwaseung versus Basilisk as... Sorry, I misspoke. I'm looking at the wrong week. It's going to be Basilisk versus NOGG and Hwaseung versus Shopify. We then have the next broadcast days. That's going to be on the 25th. Then we have the 29th with our next set of matches into September 1st, into September 8th as well. Again, it is a round robin group stage leading into the playoffs. Yeah, it leads into the playoff bracket here. Towards the end, it's going to be a long league here, full of StarCraft, full of matches. Look forward to it. Do look forward to it. Again, it's going to be live casted over on SOOP, and we'll be rebroadcasting this, or the VODs will be available on YouTube, of course. It will be available. I know that it can be quite difficult to watch on SOOP, especially if you're not native to Korea. I know that it's in Korean, of course. It is a Korean streaming platform, but again, you can tune into live broadcast if you happen to be awake at the time. I know it's a very late time in the Americas, for example, but you can tune in on SOOP, or again, VODs will be available a little bit later on over on YouTube. Likewise, a big shout out to SOOP for organizing and for hosting the event. A shout out to Intel for sponsoring. And if you want to help support the GSTL and support GSL as a whole, patreon.com/GSL. You can help fund the next season of GSL for 2027. And of course, more events like this, like the GSL CK, GSTL proper, GSL seasons. Like, it's all funded via the Patreon. So thank you so much for the support. Once again, just to reiterate why we even have the GSTL, originally the plan was to have a 3rd season of GSL this year. There was going to be 3 seasons. We only had 2, but that 3rd season didn't get funded. There was not enough support on Patreon, so there was no 3rd season of GSL. But you know, we still did raise a bunch of money there, and didn't want it to go to waste, of course. So SOOP, they did decide to take that, and to, instead of having a 3rd season, because we didn't quite reach that goal, to instead have a GSTL instead, to host GSTL, a bit of a more fun team league event after so long since we've had it. Again, the last GSTL was back in 2013, a long time ago. But yeah, I feel very honored to be able to cover it and cast it. GSTL was one of the first big events that I really got into. Again, for those who are unaware, we're here with the CranKy Ducklings. We did originate from Crank J1 Choi. If you remember, he was on Axiom. He was on Axiom back in the day. He was a captain of Axiom. That was, of course, Soda Biscuit's team. And Axiom, if you remember, they competed in GSTL back in the day, back in 2013. It was Axiom Acer back then. Acer, they partnered with Axiom, joined forces. Back then, that was, fun fact, Scarlet, she played in the last season of GSTL. True. Back in 2013, she was also competing back then. It was Scarlet, Innovation, and MMA. They joined forces with Crank, with Hwaseung, with Alicia, with Mia as well, with Heart, competing together in the GSTL, and they were the last champions. They were the last champions of GSTL up until this point. I know that Crank even made a post on Twitter. He made a post talking about how he isn't competing anymore, but he is a part of ONSYDE. So technically he's still a part, and same with Hwaseung as well, of course. They're both a part of ONSYDE, so they're technically the previous champions of GSTL are still a part of GSTL even here 13 years later. It's crazy. 13 years. Crazy, might be crazy. Been so long. So yeah, with that, we are going to be wrapping up here for the time being, of course, and we'll see you guys next week for some more GSTL, or we'll see you next time for some more StarCraft. When it comes to the rest of our broadcast schedule, as you can see here, we are live on a daily basis. We're going to be live later on tomorrow with Pegasus Cup. We have Pegasus Cup, we have Kung Fu Cup, we have the rebroadcast of GSTL over on YouTube, of course. We have the Pondcast, the Patches Patch Clash, MSO, and STC. Plenty of StarCraft here on the channel as always. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next time. We'll see you guys next time for some more GSTL, or for just some more StarCraft in general. See you then. See you next time. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, baby, ciao. Hasta luego.